Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 34th Inflection Cybersecurity Innovation Web Conference and Awards. I am Simran Gupta from Team Alden Global Value Advisors, who and will be the host for the day to navigate you through interesting panel discussions and lead talks. Inflection is a series of web and physical conference and awards across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are here to gain insights and celebrate the success and innovation in cybersecurity and technology. The top cybersecurity and technology leaders of the country will share their thoughts through the lead talks and panel discussions. The theme of the conference is Revolution in Threat Landscape, Power of Cybersecurity. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Now, I would like to start the conference by inviting Mr. Munish Gupta from Wipro to take forward his exciting lead talk session on the topic Future-Proof Cybersecurity with AI and ML. Stage is all yours, Munish.
Hey, thanks, Simran. And thanks, everyone, for joining. So, today's topic is future proof cybersecurity with AI ML. And I think we all are experiencing COVID, and I think 19 in the last years. And I think, again, especially in India, the surge is happening. So, beside, I think, the family perspective, it has led to digital adoptions across the industry where people are working from home and we are working remotely, right? So traditional methods, the way we deal with the security are not relevant anymore. And we have to, it calls for identifying other methods and the ways to minimize the threat footprint or the exposure area that has been increased by this rapid digital adoption, which was not the planned one. Because when you have the planned one, you plan for the mitigations, you plan for the risk. But here, the challenge was different. So let's talk about how we can make most of the AI/ML and to minimize the threat footprint. So as mentioned by Bruce Senior, right? So if the goal of security is to protect against yesterday's attack, we are really good at it because we already dealing with it and we know that how to deal with it by traditional defenses, but in today's world that might not be relevant. So on the screen you can see that the traditional approaches that we all use, signature based rule and the policy protection, or I think we are using the contextual policy based protection, sandboxing, anomaly detections. What we are having in our organizations, we are having EDR, we are having endpoint protection, we are using incident management thing like a Splunk, which is good to have, and of course that is needed for the foundational security. But the way this COVID has increased the threat exposure, and when I'm saying threat exposure, the thing is that previously there was definitive perimeter in the organization. But with the COVID, your vendors, your employees, everybody is working remotely or from other places. So our boundaries are getting very thin and it's getting virtual. And people are connecting from the different devices also. Not only the organization approved devices, but I think it has led to the more adoption of BYOD, which again led to the more the risk threat vectors that will be applicable to the organization, and security teams has to work more to contain those. So these traditional cybersecurity approach that you can see on my screen is relevant, but now we have to think beyond. So here on my screen, you can see that there's a need to scale the pyramid, right? So if you can see at the bottom, so traditional defenses like Antivirus, proxy URL filtering, vulnerability management, all is needed. But the thing is that this can help us to contain, let's say, 50% or 60%, like domain names, IP address, hash values. But think about TTP, tactics, technique, and procedure, highly sophisticated attacks where the traditional defenses might not you work, or the time will be the key here, like the way identification is happening and the containment. If we won't be able to identify in the right time and take a remediation steps, then damage will be done. So we there is a need to ensure that indicators of compromise is being identified. How? By processing a lot of data, applying machine learning, and going beyond traditional approach, leveraging AI, and not relying on the traditional sources. So when I'm talking about the traditional sources, we are relying on our devices, Splunk, and REST. I think we need to go beyond those sources. There's a need to go through blogs, what is happening on social media. We need to scan the deep dark web. It might possible, your CEO's email ID or the rest of the credentials are being traded on a deep dark web, right? That might be the indicator or the facilitator for a social engineering attack. So we need to do that, and then there is a need to leverage the third party. I think the new approaches of scanning the environment from outside, from a hacker's perspective, crowdsourcing, offensive security, we have to do that. And AI definitely can, or the machine learning can help us with that. So, tools, network, and host artifacts, we are getting a lot of data. The problem is not about unavailability of the data. There is a too much of it available. The problem is that when as a human we are trying to process the data, there is a limitation. You- for example, if you are getting 100,000 logs, you are even having a Splunk, but manually you are creating a rules based on your organization policy, then need to tweak it, then you are getting a lot of false positive, and then new technologies are there. So there is a lot of data that is coming there, but that is one aspect of it, because you might be very good at your processing the structured data, but how about the unstructured data? So on my screen you can see that the visible structured data which will be we all are using, net flow logs, which can be processed by same devices, SNMP, structured threat intel. These all are visible to us, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. So there is a huge visible unstructured, and the hidden unstructured data is there, which is blog, documents, news, articles, exploits case, customer malware, zero-day vulnerabilities, which we have to be aware of and we have to be ready to protect from. So human effort might not be sufficient, because the way the COVID thing has happened, the security teams and network teams and IT teams are already overstretched. Right. So there's a definite need in industry to facilitate or to make use of the machine learning as well as artificial intelligence to make their life easier, and to make sure that the certain tasks are being done with the use of automation and with these technology, so that our security teams or IT teams will get more bandwidth to focus on the real task. So having artificial intelligence and machine learning doesn't mean that it will be 100%. But the thing is that even if we are making use of certain things for 80% and the 20% human effort is needed, that is doable. With that way, I think we can use our time in a more structured way. So let me show you on the next screen. So leveraging AI/ML to enhance our defenses. So what we need to do is that we need to make sure that we leverage the NPL, which is natural language processing, and machine learning methods to analyze both structured and unstructured security information the way humans do. But humans has some limitations to process that much data. There are security lakes, there are data lakes, there are BI being used. So there is a hell lot of data that needs to be processed. So with this NPL and machine learning method, how we can do that with our rules, with our algorithms, we can ensure that the volume, the kind of a data that is in huge volume is being used, being processed, being contextualized, and actionable insights are being made available to the CXOs to take a immediate remediative action. So that way we will be able to shrink the hacker's window of opportunity to make sure that the time the breach is happening, identification of it and the containment is done in a very minimum time. As of today, even if we go for further studies being done across the industry, so IBF study in 2018, they were mentioning traditionally the time it takes from the breach happened and to the containment is 280 days, and some other study was mentioning 160 days. So the thing is that business can't sustain, or business can't afford this much time frame in between. So the key here is that if you can make use of AI and ML to process the data faster and to get the inputs in a real time to take the corrective action on priority. And another key aspect that will help us is to velocity, high speed acquisition of a data and near real time availability of the response. So that is the key even to identify right. Another thing is the veracity, need for data assurance that leverage evidence based insight and weightage confidence. What it means is that based on the data that has to be processed, and if with the use of AI and ML, we can do the ratings, like because in organizations not all assets are same and there is no fit for all things. We have a crowns wells, we have a confidential systems, and some confidential information. If we can leverage and configure it this way, that for a certain confidential system the rating and the priority has to be high, it will make our life easier. Because for IT teams or the security teams to take remediative action, the priority wise they can take a call on that. And another thing is the variety, the great diversity of data formats and sources that require deep NLP, because the kind of a data being consumed and the process these days, the kind of a DevSecOps automation is happening. The Dockers are there. We are using the cloud, AWS, Azure everywhere. So our data is almost everywhere, and it's in a different format. It will be difficult for humans or some existing platforms to process that in a real time, or I think in less time. So there I think definitely in the NLP we have seen that in certain cases definitely it helps. Another thing is that making use of the machine learning, be it AWS or Azure or any cloud platform, so now it provides us the ability to automate certain tasks and make use of the machine learning to take corrective action in almost in a real time. So let me give you the further context. So as I was mentioning, right, our objective should be when we are using, when I'm talking about leveraging AI ML to future proof the cybersecurity, to make sure that we are reducing the attacker's window of opportunity from the breach that is happening to alert, incident, and containment. So I think these first two vector where we have to leverage threat intelligence, rules, and machine learning to ensure the active triage is happening in the almost real time. Incident is being raised, integration with our IT service, the management tools, be it service now, the remedy on demand we are having, and the containment is happening in almost, not the real time, but I think effectively to contain the loss or the damage it can have it from the various actors. So now let me highlight the execution approach when we making use of the AI. It's just the one of the use cases. The thing is that whenever we have to make use of AI or ML, we have to think about the use cases first, or scenario that what we are going to cover, what we have to detect or what we are going to protect from. So here you can see that what really matter to us: crown jewel, C-level laptops, spooked emails, suspicious logins. So it can be the priority for the one organization, and then they will be taking inputs as a historical events, curated body of knowledge based on the playbooks we have, the learnings and the artifacts that will be creating. And then through the language, the human annotations being, one second, bear with me, and SME understanding is taken as a inputs, and then the kind of a cognitive system we have it for the AI and machine mimic human learning to take active actions or to process the data and provided recommendations. So as a security administrator, if I'm getting, let's say, the 10 recommendations, it will be much easier for me to process that information and to take a steps for the eight one if possible. But if I'm getting 100 recommendations, it might be difficult for me to take corrective action immediately, because then I have to process a lot of request, and then I have to identify also that which are the false positive and whether these are contextual to our organization or not. And another thing at the bottom, you can see that AI learning, representation, evaluation, and optimization. The thing is that we have to mimic the human process by by creating the flow logs or scenario based things, that how we are going to consume it. So for example, here you can see that question and topic analysis, multiple interpretations, hundreds of possible answers that is possible from their hypothesis generation, which is again in thousands of pieces of evidence that will be made available. And then we have to have the evidence scoring from many deep analysis algorithms that are available, synthesis being done, and then based on that the ranking and the merging will be done, that will be made available to your administrator, the humans, to take action. Or in certain cases like mundane task was there, for example, there is a automating certain rules on the WAF or at our ELB in AWS. Those can be automated, right? And making use of the AI. But I think the key is here is that when we have to make use of AI and ML, that how fast we can identify the problems or the deviations. So that is the one use case where we are leveraging for certain clients, and we have seen the real success. And I think as in 21 or the 2022, we can see that the more adoption that's going to happen. Of course, there are certain challenges, being the skill availability of certain people, creating a code in leveraging machine learning. Those challenges will be there, but I have seen that the organizations are adopting it on I think more open to make use of the AI and ML from a cyber security perspective, because it makes the life much easier to process a lot of information. And the next, considering the positive of your time, and before I will open for any questions, the thing is that as a priority, when we have to leverage AI ML to future proof our security, these are the key pillars and how we have to leverage the security. So you can see that on the left hand side, I was mentioning unstructured data, threat intel, structured threat intel that's coming your way, analytics, investigation, and forensic security data lake, which will help us to get the business context of it, and making use of your existing toolings, EDR, NBADA, UEBA, SIM, real-time cyber defense control assessment, and the cognitive security platform, which will be again your machine learning and the AI makes integrating with your security orchestration and automation. So you need not to reinvent the wheel when we have to leverage AI ML. We have to ensure that it's being used in your reference architecture, in your target operating environment, or when you are re-architecting certain solutions or certain scenarios, or the transformation, let's say, to the cloud, that it's a part of it. It's as a building blocks, so that from day one it's a part of the solution and the teams are well aware of it, and it can be integrated from a day one instead of reinventing the wheel later on. So from a today's perspective, that's my, I think, recommendations are to just to highlight, right? So AI ML is very good thing to have. Organizations are adopting it, and the results are very encouraging. And definitely, for your incident breach identification or for your incident management, it's really helpful because it will be able to augment your existing Splunk solution, your EDR, and the way your incident management or identification is being run. So definitely, with the right use of AI and ML into your cybersecurity landscape, we can minimize the threat posture and contain the various threat vectors that will be applicable to us. So I would suggest leverage AI ML for your existing deployments, um, and have happy AI ML adoption. So now I think considering positive the time, as we left with just 5 minutes, I will be more than happy to answer any question you have.
Yes, sir. We do have a question from our audience.
Sure.
A question is from Rohit Garg, who asks, how best to leverage machine learning for cloud security?
Yep. So the thing is that the way you have asked the question, the cloud security. So again, I would say the various use cases will be there, but if I have to put that in a cloud security fashion, machine learning, you have to use it for the certain automated security tasks. So let's take example of AWS. So in AWS, we can automate certain tasks leveraging Lambda or other tools that are available. So when you are creating a code there and use, there is a machine learning platform also available from AWS. So certain tasks from a monitoring perspective can be automated there. But the one thing again is that when you have to create a landscape for using AI ML in the organization, think at the broader level, not only the cloud, because every deployment these days happening is a more hybrid in nature. So even if your workloads in, let's say, AWS or Azure, your Splunk might be sitting in the on-premise, or it can be there. So in cloud, I would say again, say there's a machine learning platforms available. First thing you can do with that, for example, there's a cloud watch is available, or there is what do you call cloud watch is there, or for example certain actions on S3 buckets, whether it's a URL signed or whether it's protected or not. So certain those tasks can be automated, and then we can use the machine learning from the analysis perspective also. You can write a code, put that in a GitHub or use in something. It will help you analyze the data. Or another example is that very good in a cloud. For example, if you have a data lake there, or you are leverage processing a lot of data with the big data, so you are going to generate a lot of data from your incidents perspective. So that can be processed in very less time on in a real time. So it's definitely going to help you. I hope, Rohit, I answer your question.
Yes, sir. I think this answer will satisfy Rohit. Well, thank you, Manish, for sharing your such valuable insights and such valuable discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Imran, and thanks everyone. I wish we would have a more time so that we can cover the your use cases. But thanks a lot. Good day.
Good day, sir. Now, without a further ado, let's start with the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the panel is Cyber Threat Intelligence, Reactive to Proactive. Here I call the moderator, Mr. Shashank Bajpai from Export Corporate Guarantee Corporation ECGC, Anupam Misra from SBI Card, Rajesh Hemrajani from Paytm Payments Bank, Kalai Selvan Varadraj from Manappuram Finance, Rupesh Pawar from Universal Sompo General Insurance, Shrikant Iyer from Aditya Birla Insurance, Bhishma Maheshwari from Marsh India, and Navanithan M from Grow. Now I request Mr. Shashank Bajpai to start the panel discussion. Over to you, Mr. Shashank.
Yeah, greetings of the day. Yeah, hey, hello everyone, and hello all dear panel members. I hope I'm audible. Uh,
Yes,
so you know, yeah, thanks for showing that. So, as rightly said, we were hearing Munish from Wipro talking about a lot of AI/ML on cyber part, so main part in the cyber thing, which I feel is rightly said as threat intelligence. Yeah, because without intelligence, none of our cybersecurity experts can perform the right mitigation and right strategies of risk can be adopted unless until we have the right threat intelligence. Majorly, we have seen that threat intelligence has to be much more refined, with respect to our current systems or current ecosystem in IT. And we are also seeing the automation and orchestration of security teams, going to the level of SOAR from the current SIEM, world or next gen SOCs, getting evolved. All are, banging upon this threat intelligence to be, very crisp to the point and give us the right indicators of compromise and indicators of attacks. So it is all IOCs and IOS which are we are getting from that. I will open up the panel to and ask my fellow panel members to point out or give some key pointers when it comes to their strategies which they adopt to mitigate certain cyber attacks. I would ask Rupesh is here to put up his points. I guess Rupesh is still joining in. If I can have inputs from Anupam with regards to how to mitigate the cyber attacks, your point of view. What are the strategies which you adopt to mitigate them?
Right, right. So basically, we are having MITRE attack nowadays. So within MITRE, we are having event, incident, attack, and breaches. So we need to understand what is the event, what is the incident, what is the attack, and what are the breaches. And there is a clearly segregation between all those things. Like you need to understand, like if anyone you are having your system, if anyone looking into your system, it might be an event, but it's not like incident. But if anyone within your system, it might be an application, it might be in database, or it might be in your network side, then this is the incident. And if they came and they reached within your premises, it means that is attack. But even meaning of attack, it doesn't mean they are doing anything that is, and it is going harm to you. But yes, there is a breaches. They have taken your personal data. There are DDoS attack, or there are any sort of attack. Whether like what used to happen, like when I was working for Vodafone UK customer, I was in UK, so at particular moment, like when their business start, like 8:25 a.m. So what they used to do, like they started DDoS attack and all those things. So for within 15 to 20 minutes, all their services used to get down, and we used to restart their respective services. So what we have done for what we did further, like we have involved like multi-factor authentications. So basically, identity governance is having very important role for any organization in terms of security, in terms of cyber attack. So identity governance is like when anyone join organization from the day till he is having last day, how we handle their all the life cycle. That is the identity governance. Within identity governance, like the most important thing now, that is like our topic is how we can be more proactive rather than reactive. I mean, how we can increase our chances for being more proactive. So we have like user onboarding, what role they require, and do we have role-based access certifications are back. So like let's see, if I join any organizations, I join Wipro or I join any X organizations, so what role I need to have it, and whether the same role I require after 1 month or not. That is called RBAC certification, role based access certification. It means my manager, my function, they need to review my access, whether I this particular access I should keep continue or it should be revoked. And we so this should govern on the monthly basis. Like I involved in multiple cyber incident in my last 16-17 year career. So mostly what used to happen, like we are having lot of stale account, and they used to have admin access for the particular applications, and after leaving organizations, your application is on the internet, and they used to do a lot of modification, they used to do a lot of changes, and sometime they like, let's see if I'm just taking one example of cyber incident. So whether they got the uh, root access, how to create ADID, and they came into system, very known organization, and that person used to be there for 6 months. He understand all the phenomenon, how it used to go, how things happening, and after that he hacked all the AD access, like whatever new creating and all those things through AD ID and password, user ID, people used to access in any application, any account. So after 6 months, blast happened. Till 6 months, he was like sleep profile. He was not doing anything. So state access is another thing. Like if anyone leaving organization, it means we need to ensure that he should not have any access at all. Within 10 days, might be we can disable their AD OHR ID, user ID, it might be rehire case, but whatever access he has, that we need to revoke immediately on the real time basis. Even if anyone, so like right now I'm working as a AVP in SBI card, so we have implemented one functionality. If anyone change their department, then real time birth access, they will have only birth access. Apart from birthright, everything will be revoked. So identity governance is having very key role in cybersecurity. We are having PAM, Privileged Access Manager, firewall security. Within PAM, we would be able to see like what people accessing. Even we are capturing video logs, what commands they are running on systems, what is the output. We are having video log, which user is able to log in. And another thing, like earlier, what used to happen, like we have one generic ID, and through generic ID, what used to happen, more than 10 people log in, and we have no way which one is doing admin access, which one is doing normal access. So that was so now we might be observed, like within SDFC or any bank, we started capturing like multi-factor authentications, like they used to receive OTP on their mobile, then only they would be able to log in. So multi-factor authentications, having PAM, Privileged Access Manager for all the admin access, all those things. Application security, we need to adopt the application standards. And if we are talking about like financial term, then obviously we need to follow PCI DSS, all the criteria. We should not hard code any password. We should, whatever we have in productions with SSL and port number, the same we need to follow for lower environment as well. So if we are scrutinizing properly application security, database, network, and if we have properly placed identity governance, then through proactiveness we can act more better way for any cyber attack.
Sure, Ramgam. Yeah, that what you rightly said is like a process controls and
Right.
even the identity is the key strategy towards how to mitigate the cyber attack. One of the
Right.
key strategies to look into it. And you rightly said periodic access reviews,
Right.
periodic audit management and everything is rightly required. And I will come to Rupesh, because with regards to specifically with regards to SOAR kind of a SOAR kind of a projects. Where it is coming from. I mean, threat intelligence, is driving the automation of SOC. As I said earlier. So I would like to understand from your perspective as to what are the different strategy with respect to that. Yeah.
So basically, before adding to the SOAR attack directly, just adding to the Anupamji's point, so I would like to add like what strategy actually we are defining. So I'm a strong believer of whenever I joined in any company, I'm a very strong believer of the people, process, and technology front. And I always do a gap assessment because I found in most of my organization, like you have best of best technology. However, if you don't have people with right skill set, then actually that is not going to use. And apart from this people process technology, I also emphasize more on the user awareness. And when I say user awareness, that should not be a static giving anyone ppt to the users, mandating once in a year and all that. So I believe user should be directly interacted. So what I did is like I have created a video which is shoot inside my organization, and giving some classic example what can be done if you are not escorting the visitor or anything. So whatever classic example, so what had happened in that video, I started from the MD's message, deputy CEO's message, and then basically I have involved multiple people from the user department on the ground level. And basically I have demonstrated by hiring one agency with one actor, and how it can be dangerous when actually you are not escorting the visitor. Or likewise, I have just pinpointed the major areas, 5 6 points, and created that video. And what I did is that video was helping me more and more user interaction. Apart from this, what I did is I to increase more interaction, I started circulating the question answers and giving some motivation to the users by saying if early bird price, Amazon vouchers and all that. And also I have conducted one game session for entire day, a security game session with security message and all that. To be very honest with you, actually it was helped me a lot. Users are getting aware. Sometimes I'm getting, means let's say I'm getting some emails like it can be a malicious email or something like that. It was getting, let's say, by few users in once in a week or twice in a week. To be very honest, that frequency was increased, my work was increased, but I was happy. Now users are seriously thinking about the security. So what I trying to say is, apart from this people process technology, I'm a strong believer of the user awareness, because human firewall is the best firewall. The same way it can be an adverse firewall as well. So basically, if your users are not aware appropriately, no matter you are very strong in people, no matter you are very strong in process, no matter you are very strong in technology, so that will fail. So apart from these three pillars, I am a strong believer there should be a fourth pillar which is more important, which I am thinking. Apart from this, I think there should be a cyber training should be given to the different level of people. So like for the board also, they has to be aware. So ideally you should not feel any offenses or obstacle giving the budget and all that. And different levels, so like it can be a IT people will be different training, normal users will be different training and all that. Apart from this, I believe normally what happen, we are keeping our home very clean, safe. We are putting a lot of control. But in my close to 20 years of careers, I found a lot of breaches which has happened at the third parties. And to be very honest, no company can say we are 100% in-house. Third party services are getting used. I won't name, but there are a couple of services which most of the banks or maybe an insurance or entire BSFI, which is a SMS services, which normally we everybody use. And to be very honest, I will not name, but I found there are very basic controls are missing at that level. So what? So nowadays in my sector, as of now in insurance, what I like about RBI is also now very stringent. They have started now after Cosmos attack. They have started the scheduled bank guidelines separately. They have started the other banks and all that. So right now IRD also now step up, and they are also getting now suggestion how can be because in I'm in now general insurance, so I have a lot of intermediaries, I have a lot of distributors, I have a lot of other people are involved. But for them, who is governing? Nobody is governing. Because even if you are getting control to your third party by doing some audits and all that, but there is no compulsion which IRDA has imposed to the insurance directly. For them, there is nobody. For them, there is nobody. So there should be some regulation which should be come up, like NBFCs have now regulation, Now the urban cooperative bank also having regulation. But for in entire BFSI, whatever third parties or your intermediary, they also should come under certain regulation. Because despite what you can do, you can just plan your schedule audit to your third parties, but there should be a continuous assessment has to be happen. So there should be some control, some guideline has to be in place for entire. I'm talking not only BFSI, I'm talking entire industry. Somebody has to come up with this. And also, one my suggestion right now, we are talking on this forum. I have Anupam ji, Abhijit ji, Rajesh sir, and everybody. We are all experts from in their respective areas, in their respective domain. So we are meeting, people are listening to us and all that. But what I feel is there should be one open platform, that open platform wherein actually we all should be there along with the OEMs, along with the SIs, and there should be open thought process has to be there, and that thought process has to be convert somewhere, and wherein actually regulator should be also part of that, and there should be a concise feedback has to be taken from everybody, starting from the industry leaders, OEMs, SI partners, and regulators. And let's have some forum has to be there. We have so many forums where we are discussing our challenges and all that, but there is no conclusive nitty is not going to come there. So we may involve Big Four also, but that forum has to be established. I know this is quite challenging, and as of now, who will be owning and all that. But this is my thought process. We should evolve more on that. And now coming back to the overall attack surface, what is happening, like the emerging technology is happening proportionate. There is a lot of complexity in the risk. So there is a pros and cons. Earlier in banking, in our father's day, normally we before CTS, everybody knows within bank or intra bank, it was taking so many time. Right now, it's a net banking, digital payment banking, and everything. So a lot of threat actors have been in place. I'm not talking more on that because I know there are Anupam ji and maybe Rajesh sir are more expert in that. We will talk in that subsequent session later on. But what I'm trying to say is there are pros, there are cons. But most of the attack, if you go, I can bifurcate. Most of the attacks are happening. Let's say the phishing awareness is the most major attack. I can say the advanced malware is the most attack. So like there was 2018 Meroit breach. So there was a malware attack was happened. Then I can see the software vulnerabilities. The classic is the 2018 Facebook attack, which was happened, view profile as breach, as well as in 2006-17 Equifax. So what was that? They are related to the software vulnerabilities. And fourth, as I already said, third party compromising data. And fifth one is the most important is the encrypted data. As we know, all the regulation are saying databases has to be encrypted. But to be very honest and practically, a lot of industry veterans are feeling the lot of challenges in terms of the slowness and all that. However, I am in a strong belief. At least what we can do, we can use either some solution with some monitoring in place, or we may go for some nowadays the application layer encryption also works well. But most of the people still are not doing so. That is the reason. And as I said, one more thing about the employee mistakes. So everything we discuss, there is a solution. We can have a strong awareness program. For encryption, we can put the encryption wherever it is possible. For third party, as I said, regular third party audits to be conducted, but there should be some regulation covering everybody. And software vulnerabilities, we all know, like VAPT controls are there. We can go for DevSecOps and all that. Malware, we have the anti-malware solutions, anti-APT solution. We have VDR. Now we have everything. Whatever attacks are there, we have respective solutions are there. So now coming back to the threat intelligence part, nowadays these attacks are so a lot of people are doing threat intelligence. Somebody earlier we used to use the word SOC. SOC was early days only used for the centralized log management. Then actually it come, and people are doing the risk assessment based. People are writing rules, creating the SOC. The new word has been come, next generation SOC. Okay, so now the people now people are saying SOAR. There should be some automation. So what we have did is in threat intelligence, nothing but they also have to take input from all the places, and they have to give you feed intelligence. Later on, what? we are getting so many feeds, so many alerts, maybe from emerging threat which is freely available, or whatever threat intelligence we are having, we are integrating it. But we should go beyond to that. So we have done one classic solution, wherein I have a DNS security partner who is doing my DNS security level monitoring. So what we have did is, we have created an API, and that API can directly talk, and whatever confirm IPs are there. So instead instead of raising a ticket, I will get an alert on email, then I will raise a ticket to my respective firewall team, then that firewall team person will log in. So that actually takes the time frame of 30 minutes, bare minimum 30 to 45 minutes, depending on the how the action is getting taken, because it is all manual process. Someone has to notify me, someone has to acknowledge that, someone has to create a ticket to respective person, someone from that team has to log in on firewall and block it. So what we have done is, we have created an API with our external firewall as well as internal, and we are getting directly blocked. But however, we are put a monitoring process also for that. So this is the way I can summarize what actually we should do, and then what are typical types of attacks as per me, what are the root causes, and accordingly solutions, and about the threat intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupesh. And it was really insightful. I mean, the way you thought about the DNS security and the way you have automated and orchestrated so the firewall APIs, doing the basics right. I mean, that is what it is. And rightly said, the human resource and the human chain, is becomes the the weakest link as it has been termed as. And then we having the best next gen SOC, would not help us if there is a huge insider threat. And the examples you took, like kind of Equifax and all, they were all human related misconfigurations. And there's a saying which I kind of refer back, is like the systems do not attack systems. It is always a human interface which leads to the attack surface. Coming to Kalai Selvan, how you would take about the cyber mitigation of cyber attacks in the current scenario, and maybe you could highlight the steps we are taking with regards to current situation with regards to pandemic and all. Maybe it would enlighten us on that stage. Yeah, I guess you are on mute, Chalvani.
Hi. So thanks for the opportunity. Anyway, the first thing to understand is your organizational risk and the threat profile. That was one of the key thing, and you must position your resources again as the threats that matter to your organization. People, process, and technology. So that these three anyway is going to be a big pillar. So you must position your resources against the threats is one of the important thing. And in order to effectively to do this, you must first understand what is your threat landscape looks like, and establish an organizational risk tolerance within the organization. So that is how we used to do in our organization. And I believe there are three major steps. The first step is to establish a solid foundation for the intelligence driven security. So a good friend once said, like, the first rule on the cybersecurity is to know ourselves. Like, so once you know ourselves, then we can be able to answer many questions like what sector from I am. So what are my business units? So what are my statutory requirements to fulfill, and what is my geographic footprint, and who are my partners, customers, vendors, or maybe the service providers, and what are all the assets included, and what is our threat history, maybe in the past before we deploy certain solutions, how it was. So what is the history we come across in terms of the cybersecurity roadmap. So these are all the basic things. Well, first of all, we have to understand, and some questions that helps to establish the requirements. Maybe we can consider what intelligence is needed by our customer, or maybe what vulnerabilities are being exploited in the wild, or maybe can we detect and defend against those exploits. So those are all maybe will be helpful to collect our requirements first of all. And in case of, and the second thing, so we have to look into the implementation practices on the intelligence driven securities programs. So that will be helpful for managing the intelligence life cycle. The life cycle should include building an analytic framework, and maybe developing your analytic craft and expertise, collection and processing, development relevant protection standards, etc. And subsequently and simultaneously, you must integrate the intelligence within your technology stack. So that is one of the key point we have to take care. And this could includes the feedback loop, topology, network traffic analysis tools. So like that. So there are a few parts we have to look into that from the implementation point of view. And realizing the capabilities, like assuming a strong foundation and the development of best practices, the benefit is realizing the capabilities. So unless we have a lot of integrations and a lot of practices or implementation, we have to realize somewhere. So a mature intelligence program should provide a mirror to the benefits of enterprise. So like provide the proactive threat product reductions, or maybe an effective and repeatable threat communications, maybe an effective two-way information sharing, a threat trending and predictive analytics. So there are a lot of new age technologies are like AI, ML, like our Mr. Muniz has already explained. And these are all the very major parts that we have to look into the realizing terms actually. And there are many analytic and tactical support to the security operations now being increased, and enterprise level, the strategic decision is also one of the key thing. So we have to look into this all parts actually. And now anyway, moving from a proactive, reactive to a proactive is a very much important now. So when we look into that reactive point, maybe it will be only at the organization wide. So there will be a continuous learning, and there may be some reaction to a separate say particular from the proactive. We have to know our security posture, maybe the internal external attack surface analysis, maybe the breach and attacks simulations, maybe the red team exercise we can do, and threat hunting we can do. We can also do some threat intelligence. And maybe if the team of majority of our teams are having our in-house developers, where the developers should be focused on the security during the development side itself. Point of view, maybe the and also at the end user side, we have to focus on the education, awareness, continuous training, because it is an ever growing thing. And like securities anyway, we cannot ensure for 100%, but still we can focus on towards what is the best we can achieve. So that way we can see. And I can actually, once I just come across certain article, I have seen some certain proactive security model. It is being proposed by some 3 members team. So there they have given a very good model actually, which is being trying in our organization actually, and we are halfway to get it success. So that includes a map architecture. A map architecture in the sense it is to understand the network and its technologies, how they are connected, and what communication paths are they lead. And the second thing is to conduct a risk assessment. Like we can be able to understand what vulnerabilities exist, what impact they have, and having a plan in case of a breach. Then it is a digital asset identification. So understanding the location of our digital assets and whether or not they are secured or not. So that is one of the key part. And in the life cycle, the fourth point, like a profile modeling. So we have to identify the critical assets to provide the needed protection for those. It depends on it's how it is in the production or how whether it need to be secured based on the requirements of our enterprise level as well as to the customer level, maybe extended to the statutory party levels. And the next point is like to identify and remove the vulnerabilities. We can do the complete patching, maybe we can do remove the vulnerabilities. So those kind of a reactive actions also we have to focus. Then we have to identify, we have to standardize the policy. So the standardizing the policies anyway is going to be a continuous process. So we can have a established standardized policy for the production for all the assets. So further again, as and when we record, we can even upgrade that based on the requirement from the internal as far as the external recommendations. So we are always open to the expert advice actually. And the incident response on a particular time, so monitoring the network logs on a regular basis to track possible breaches and security incidents. So this is also one of the key contribution to focus on the to strengthening our intelligence system actually. And the training anyway, it is not it is last but not least anyway, it is at all the levels from the users to the board of directors across all the policies, do's and don'ts, everything we have to focus. So the proactive security model can be easily adjusted to the small business architecture, but it will be a bit difficult in maybe at the higher number of employees if in an organization, or maybe the architecture is a bit complex. But anyway, we have to focus on that. and we have to go. And to conclude, anyway, by considering this timeline, so cyber attacks are anyway evolving, making the world security measures inadequate, and organizations of all sizes are targeted more than ever. This calls for a solid and strong cybersecurity solution to protect companies' data and information. Although the reactive cybersecurity methods are excellent and preventing known malware entering in a network or corrupting a business database, those methods are not sufficient on their own to prevent a such work. In reality, reactive cybersecurity methods should give a component of our defense against hackers. But still, we have to keep on focusing on the proactive thing, and by we can involve all the latest technologies of this artificial intelligence, and maybe we can do the analytics. Then the faster the organization address the security issue, a cheaper and it is easier to fix. So with the integration of reactive and proactive security, organizations can make sure that all digital assets are safe and secure. So that's it. That is what I just wanted to hear added here.
Sure, Kalachavan. It was very very insightful. Again, as rightly said, you have to have modular approach towards proactive security model, as you rightly said. And we could have you can involve new age technologies with respect to say AI, ML, and then obviously look at compensating control between both reactive as well as proactive. And talking about the new tech adoption, it has, with the current state of pandemic crisis, it has the cloud adoption rate has gone huge. So we have a lot of business lines of business are even coming to me saying that we could look at instead of having an on-premise data source, can we look at something like a SaaS product of or any other data analytics and everything. And it is usually a challenge from a security perspective to have a right security framework towards making a cyber ready cloud computing. So I would put this to Navneetan.
Yes.
Yes, for from a cloud adoption perspective, and get his insights as to what are your key security strategies when you say you have to become a cyber ready from a cloud environment, and how can we put forth the comfort from a cyber angle. Yeah, Navneet.
Yeah, thanks, Asif. Thank you so much for having me here. It is amazing insights from all the leaders. From the each aspects I can see from identity access management, from Anubhav, then Rubesh, he has put out on people process technologies, and Kalai touched it in terms of this integration. It's of course, everything is important. It's like the 360-degree of the protection in the multi-layer. It's everything is important. Just I'm getting back to a little bit older. I mean, we are close to, I think, 15 to 20 years of experience. Leaders are here. When you see this data centers, the early stages where we have a multiple level of controls. First we need the physical security. From the getting into the organization itself, then getting into the data center, then man trap, then getting to the complete data center where we have then for the server rack where we have separate lock. But then we open that, then there is separate keyboard for the respective instance. Like, think about that, right? When we had a traditional network where we have multiple layer of the physical security, and then where we are pitching into the the controls. And now the situation is absolutely different. Just one click, one URL, I can access the entire company payroll, as well as overall this payload information, right? So that's why this technological is completely changed. The comfort also it's completely changed. But the same, the comfort is increased. The security risk also it's really gone up, right? Because the way you access it, just one click. At the same time, the hacker also can access the respective information. On current scenario, if you take this overall cloud environment, it's very simple. I mean, most of the application it's happening on the API transaction. I mean, our aerial is just where we need a dedicated, internet connectivity if you want to fetch any specific information and all the things and all. Now it is absolutely just one API. It's more than enough to fetch the information or to fetch this, the entire organizations. So really, we are not sure, like, from the organization standpoint, if you just click one stuff or one click, it's very difficult to get to know how many APIs we have it, how many APIs roaming inside the organization, how many APIs it is fetching the information from outside, and at the same time how many API it is coming from outside to inside. It is a huge stuff, right? It's knowingly just where we have given an API, but really we are not sure which are the APIs are authenticated, which are the APIs it's pulling or pushing what kind of the information. So overall, just first maybe on the cloud, the first and foremost things is on the API management is a little bit challenges over here. First of all, just have an inventory of API, and second one is whether it is API have enough, security controls, right? In terms of encrypted, in terms of hashing, or in terms of overall the control, overall authentications, or maybe what are the URL it is going in, so man in the middle attack can be, exploited over the, the API. It should not be transparent. It should not be a, the plain text while passing this API informations to the external. So that's a key stuff. Then we are coming to the cloud part. Very interesting areas. Still, there's a lack of, apart from CISOs, CIOs, and then, the developer standpoint, still we have a lot of, awareness which needs to be made, as Rupesh had, mentioned. Like in terms of, people are think if it is a cloud means all the critical responsibilities taken care by the cloud service provider itself. But that's not the case, right? It's based on the what kind of cloud you have it, whether it is a private, public, or hybrid, or it's again it's on the SaaS model, like who's holding what kind of responsibility and all the things. It's like again, the responsibility matrix itself. It's a huge, what you have to take care, what I have to take care, what are the things maybe customer have to take care, right? While registering as the end users and all the things. So that standpoint, really we have a lot of the challenges in terms of understanding the responsibility on the cloud standpoint. That's play very significant role from the end to end. The next important factor is in terms of the key managements. If you see this current scenario, I mean, I don't want to name it as organization. The last 1 month, we would have seen a number of breach, exploits, data's in multiple TB. It's not in terms of KB, MB, and then multiple TB it is going out of the organization. It's not so easy, right? I mean, if you want to sync up very genuinely, if you want transfer in terms of GB of files or maybe 1 TB of file, it takes in terms of the day or maybe less than hours. It's based on the bandwidth or internet connectivity what you have. But ultimately 7 TB or 11 TB or close to 26 TB of data, it's coming out from the organization it's not so easy, right? That means what's the level of controls where we have applied it to play very significant roles. It may not be on the preventions, but in terms of at least detection level, just where we need a lot of controls with it. So ultimately, the key managements, if you take the overall cloud environment, it may not require anything else. Just if you need your project ID and then your key ID and then overall this key, private key, what are the key just you have given for the respective cloud, it's more than enough. So what's happening in this current scenario is most of the developer or DevOps folks, they have their own KDAP account. To maintain this overall, this credential, all the things, what they are doing is instead of making it as a private, they're making it all the cloud credentials on public. Still, if you go through this, most of these organizations, maybe on the Facebook or Twitter or the LinkedIn or the Microsoft, if you go through that's close to 50 to 60% of leak out just based on the things what has happened on the GitHub, or maybe any public repository, Pastebin or whatever it is, any public repository where the people are thinking it is a private, but it is not a private, it is publicly exposed outside. So the key management play very significant role. Then on the cloud, as Rubesh had highlighted, this people are thinking about people, process, technology. So very important factor in the security is governance and collaborations, right? If you see this, maybe I'm playing the role of CISO as well as head of IT for this organizations. If you don't sync with maybe the admin or maybe the finance team, it's maybe the least functions what they are doing it, but maybe very critical functions what they are doing it. But ultimately, I should be connected to all the dots. The cybersecurity is bringing all the dots because there is many shadow IT coming to the pictures, right? Really, we are not sure who's buying what applications and then where they are plugging in. It's like anytime anyone can buy applications, plug into your production network, right? So that's where it is a huge responsibility where we need to do the collaborations across all the dots. Each and every person, including physical security, including the layman who is coming to the organization, who are all providing the services, who are all receiving the services from these organizations. That's our key fundamental. The next key factor is in terms of the secret key, like in terms of always when we do the applications where we hard coded applications, service accounts, right? Really, I'm not sure how many organizations have this in terms of key rotations, or in terms of just changing the passwords, or in terms of rotating the service account itself. Because some organizations where we have gone through the experiment, where we have worked with a couple of key country level, like if people left the organization, they have taken the the service account password also along with them. So after they went to the organization, really we are not sure how it is being used to across the organizations. So that plays very significant role from the end to end. And the next, maybe the last factor, the time concerns, where I can talk about the list of vendors. Now, adoptions, like in terms of cloud adoptions, really the pandemic has forced everyone to get into the cloud adoption, right? Because that gives a comfort, right? Now, just the current situations, really it helps a lot and lot in terms of to get the cloud. Just plug and play on the remote, and then people will receive the services. So in terms of cloud options, really we are not sure who are the vendor having access and what level, whether it's a read, write at a database level, what kind of information they are reading and writing, and then how it is pulling, pushing, and then where the backup is going from end to end. So that's the way the vendor, maybe just one click, we should know that how many vendors, how many accounts, each accounts, where they have a credentials. It helps a lot and lot to protect this organization. The last and not least, this key point, if you see this SolarWinds exposure, so the people have very genuine and strong trust on the SolarWinds, right? They have a close to 33,000 organizations, all bigger. I can say that including Fortune 500 organization, including US government agencies. Think about the exploits. It's like a multiple months they were going through that, and all this 33 organization, out of that 18,000, they have received the update from this SolarWind, trusted that all the code, all the updates, it's coming from the SolarWind is genuine and tested. It's a positive where we can go ahead and then deploy. But on the SolarWind, like it started to create this malicious content, and it went to the 18,000s of organizations where they were able to trap and create a more backdoor to fetch and push the informations. So because it's a cloud-based organization, but it's again, it's like on the cloud, just where we need a trusting model, where we need a testing model, where we should have that zero trust model in terms of what we are buying, what we are selling, what we are patching, what we are integrating. It's play a very significant role to make it as organization is more secure. Thanks, Ashank. I'll take a pause and we'll connect to the conversations and love to listen to other leaders' inputs.
Sure. Yeah, we're truly saying that on the cloud, as rightly said, shadow IT is a matter of concern, and API security, is gaining grounds from an application security. OAS has also recently released its API top 10, along with the OAS top 10. So I mean, API is the next big thing, which OAS Foundation is looking into it. And coming to your supply chain attacks like of SolarWinds, they're a huge thing, because we look up for them from a patching solution perspective, and they are the ones who are leading a backdoor into our trusted environment. So that is huge. And talking about digitalization and the pandemic scenario, as you rightly said, the new age technologies have there to help us, and that's where adoption has to be done. Coming to the digitalization with respect to banking and financial sector, we are already on the forefront. We are adopting various digital strategies in the banking environment as well as the payment environment. And I'm very fortunate enough to have Rajesh sir with us from having an immense experience working in the banking as well as in the payments industry. So I would like to ask Rajesh from his perspective with regards to mitigation of cyber attack as well as the cyber intelligence or threat intelligence vertical from a banking perspective, and how is it really helping to mitigate and to basically make it more proactive from a reactive nature? Rajesh, sir, your thoughts.
Sure. Thanks, Shashank. I would like to thank Anupam, Rupesh, Kalai, and Navneetam. I think very useful insights, and specifically Navneetam mentioning about the cloud security and the GitHub and the key management, key rotation in the cloud. So I think these are genuine concerns. All of these are very, very genuine concern. If you see now, now in last whatever couple of years, specifically in India, the digital payment, the whole ecosystem has changed dramatically, and the reliance on the digital payments is almost like practically. I haven't gone, to be very frank with you, I haven't gone to my branch almost like 4 5 years. I I do all my transactions either through the mobile banking or through the internet banking and all that, right? So, and I'm sure specifically with the COVID, it has almost accelerated the whole digitization of the banking and the whole financial system as well also. So all that is basically because of the speed with which these payments are happening, you need to have that sort of intel also coming in a real time or a proactively as well also. So and the type of the infrastructure and all that has grown, you can't actually, with the human eye, you can't actually, even though whatever you saw and all that you say you have it, you can't actually monitor each and every event in any way, am I right? So you need some sort of a intel which comes in and then has some sort of a automation and MI built into your processes. So you get only the action context driven and actionable intelligence, am I right? You don't need to get everything. So suppose even if there is some bug in Adobe Acrobat or something. But if I'm not using my Adobe in my system, I don't need to be too much worried about it. Am I right? So that context is very important. So at this moment, there's a lot of information. It's like a information overload, we call it. Am I right? These days, so so much of information coming in, but out of that, what is relevant for me? I need to get that context driven there, and then what is the action I'm supposed to take based on that intel which I get it. Am I right? So that's very, very important for organizations or in a digital space, because the speed is something which is very, very important in any digital payment. So our focus is always, and I always keep telling in my team as well also, just reduce the noise. So unless you reduce the noise, you will not get exactly what is happening. And that's why, you have to keep aggressively do some threat hunting in your SOC, ensure that you have some dedicated hunting, which is basically from reactive to proactive. That's how you will do it, right? So unless you start hunting those threat actors, you will not be able to figure it out, because Otherwise, the type of logs and the type of amount of data and amount of threat intel you get, it's so much, and you can't actually decipher what is right and what is wrong, right? So you and as Navneetan was mentioning, so there was a although solar wind was a completely different type of attack, am I right? So that's even if you have one of the best intelligence, because that was more of a supply chain attack, because at the end of the day, you have to trust some third party or something who basically is providing you the information, am I right? So and then if the third party itself gets attacked, or if they themselves get compromised, it's very little you can do it in terms of recovery or recovery of the data.
I think we can request him to switch off the videos. Yeah, his bandwidth looks like so.
Yeah, I guess we have lost Rajesh. We have lost Rajesh ji on his contact, but yeah, he was rightly saying that there has been an information, overload. Yeah, let's wait for him to join back. We would get his views, on that part, going ahead. Yeah, but there is was rightly saying there has been a lot of information overload, and there should be a context, driven SOC, and everything should be context driven. Yeah, we're talking about a lot of risk mitigation over here. We have understood how people process technology has to be looked at, from a mitigation perspective, as well as human training, resource training, as well as educating and awareness. This has been key things. When it comes to risk mitigation, one of the thing perspective is the kind of transfer the risk, or get the insurance policy. That's what we have panelists from the insurance vertical, and I'm also from a credit insurance agency. So we definitely are the risk mitigators, and we try to sell our policies with respect to that. But when it comes to cyber risk, when it comes to cyber risk insurance, how this is a specific with regards to the different gamut of things in the cyber world, and how it can act as an input parameter. We have got Rajesh ji back, but I would request Vishwa to give his perspective on cyber risk, and then we can have the final words from Rajesh ji on his litigation regards to digital payments. So putting towards Vishwa on the cyber risk insurance, I would like to
Sure.
hear your pointers.
So thank you, Shashank. I hope I am audible to everyone. Great discussion so far, Shashank. I think everyone has put across their points very aptly, and it resonates very well with the topic which we are currently dealing with. From reactive to proactive, and when it comes to proactive risk management, I think what all my friends on the panel have said absolutely makes sense, that your first line of defense will always remain, for any organization, will always remain there. People, processes, technology. Nathan added governance to it as well. I think it's a very important aspect. But when it comes to risk mitigation, I would like to add one more pillar to the overall stool. If you consider this as a stool, the fifth pillar is basically your cyber insurance. And cyber insurance, I would say, is not something which is an alternative to your overall cyber risk management. It is how you manage your risk. So we have all while we have spoken about investing in on cybersecurity policies, investing heavily on processes, training of our people, everything best possible way we will do. But we all of us, we also agree that absolute cybersecurity is an absolute myth in the current environment, and we know that the organization will definitely get attacked. As they say, it's a matter of when, it's not a matter of if. Now, So when we know that there is a residual risk which is going to be there, it's important that a proper mechanism is there to transfer that risk as well. So this transfer of risk is basically nothing but cyber insurance. Now, cyber insurance, while a lot of my fellow colleagues will know what I'm talking about, but just to be the benefit of the larger audience, it's an insurance product like any other insurance product. It is a policy which protects you when something goes wrong. So there is a trigger under the policy. If that goes wrong, you are putting aside a contingent capital. You're paying the premium for that, and when that eventuality happens, the policy will come to your rescue. Now it's something which is new to a lot of people. It is still in a nascent stage, at least in India. I can talk about it's only maybe a 5 or 6 years old product. It's getting a lot of prominence in the last 2-3 years, where we are seeing claims coming out of a lot of these ransomware attacks happening to Indian firms, a lot of data breaches which are happening. Then there are GDPR issues which the Indian firms are getting exposed to. Then there are business interruption losses which we are seeing coming across. There are social engineering frauds which are happening across the organization. Now, considering all these all these different kind of losses which which the companies are facing because of the heightened cyber exposure, this cyber insurance product has gained a lot of prominence. And I would like to throw some numbers that in India we see every third large organization which is actually talking about cyber insurance, and a lot of them have already gone ahead and procured this policy. uh, while there are still challenges remaining to it, because a lot of firms are still not aware what kind of limit of indemnity they should be buying, what is the kind of coverage they should be looking at. But let me assure you that the insurance companies are also working overtime to ensure that the right kind of product is available in the Indian market. There are a lot of Indian insurers who have got partners, like a AIG or like Allianz, who are global leaders in these kind of cyber insurance products, and they are getting a lot of expertise from their global counterparts as well. So overall, if you see, if you want to know about the product, it is basically, it covers you for anything and everything related to cyber insurance. Any kind of data breach resulting into a privacy liability issue, any kind of regulatory fines and penalties, that gets covered. If due to a cyber attack your business is down, company like a e-commerce firm, or consider a company who runs a SaaS platform, if they're down for a few hours, I'm sure their revenues are directly getting affected. A lot of these firms, e-commerce, internet firms, internet marketing firms, they are all buying cyber insurance to ensure that their business interruption losses get protected. Ransomware events where the data gets encrypted. You might have to spend money to get the data decrypted, pay ransom to these threat vectors, also to ensure that the data is recreated, reconstructed. All those costs associated around that also gets covered under the policy. The good thing about the cyber insurance product is that it comes with an ecosystem. So the moment you are hit, and I'm sure all of my friends on this panel will agree, the first thing you will do is you'll appoint a forensics when there is a cyber attack, because the response is equally key. And when it comes to being proactive, I would also put forward one more point, that while everyone is doing everything possible to ensure that there should not be a cyber attack, but firms have gone a step ahead. They've also creating a very efficient response mechanism to ensure that if something goes wrong, then it's being responded well. A good response mechanism will ensure that the firm comes back very quickly to their early position before they were attacked. And I think cyber insurance helps also in making that response very well and efficient, because it comes with an ecosystem. You can decide on which forensic firm to choose from. If there is a PR required, even those firms are available in the panel. If there is some kind of notification is required for the data subject matters, even those kind of costs will be picked up under the policy. So overall, if you ask me, it's a wonderful risk management tool which is available for firms to ensure that their cyber security risk management is taken into control from overall side. So the residual risks are also getting covered by way of a cyber insurance product. So this is more on the mitigation, Shashank, from my side. In case if there are more questions around that, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, Vishwa, I mean, one of the things which, comes from as a sub practitioner, onto my mind are the residual risk, as you rightly said, and the various perils which, are part of, the cyber risk domain. And as I just said, to transfer the risk to an insurance, provider is always, equally good, so that, everything taken care of at the time of, at least at the time of the impact with regards to financial impact as well as the operational impact when it comes to cyber attack. So very happy to get all those key pointers from you. I would ask Rajesh sir to be back, because we lost him on his pointers, and he was rightly saying there is information overload when it comes to context driven approach towards mitigating the cyber attacks. And as I said, how would I know that there is a vulnerability in Drupal, but whether I have a Drupal in my environment, and whether this vulnerability really affects me, or there's a threat vector which really affects me. So yes, sir, your points can please put for same.
Sure. Sorry, guys. So I don't know when did I lost there. So I was talking and then I realized I saw the mass chat messages were coming in. So sorry for that. I don't know what went. So I am actually now back to my mobile phone. So I think I don't wanted to repeat what I said, but I think the key point here is that the threat intel has to be some context driven threat intel, and you have to have specific use cases for that to get that threat intel, and create that hunting platform within your SOC, SIM, or whatever you call it. You have to create those so that you get proactive. You have to be maybe one step ahead of the threat actors as well, and do that based on that threat intel. Take some automated actions, because because the type of threat intel which is coming in is so much that, as I mentioned, it's sort of an information overload. You have to look at that and drive that context in your environment, because each environment is completely different, and each environment is having a very different. I may have a different crown jewels. You may have a different crown jewels. How do I protect my crown jewels? How do I protect my applications which are maybe public facing and all that, are maybe my bigger priority than maybe looking at? Because at the end of the day, you have to weigh your risk. You have to see where is my crown jewel, where is my biggest threat is. So if my biggest threat is into some sort of a web facing applications, or web facing databases, or web facing applications, then I have to protect those first, then protecting anything. And it's entirely at how quickly you respond to those type of threat intels and then take actions on it. And based on that, so just for your info, so I have a different policy for applying maybe a patch for a public facing infrastructure than maybe my internal infrastructure, right? So how do I take that, and how do I ensure that the same thing has been communicated to the technology folks and all that, and they also understand what are the key things which if these applications are not there, bank may not survive. So that's something risk-based approach has to be taken for any mitigation actions, or for that matter any threat intel which you get it. I think that's this was basically even the prioritization of the risk, and then look at I don't know whether that I was audible that time or not, but I think the other thing which key thing I was mentioning it is that dark web monitoring, because that's very, very important for organizations or banks like us, where the type of attacks which you guys have seen recently, you have to have that sort of a monitoring, proactive monitoring, so you know what exactly is happening, what exactly is getting communicated in the dark web or the deep web, so that at least you can take immediate actions on that. I think that's some key things I wanted to mention.
Yeah, very insightful, and like I said, dark web monitoring and understanding as to what is getting collected at the dark web, what the leakages are happening and whether it is impacting us or not. So that accurate incident response can be planned accordingly. I would actually open the forum for final comments, starting with Anupam, to Rupesh, to Namitan, and all. Final comments on the on this cyber intelligence and cyber attack. Any pointers? So I would open up for everyone.
Yeah, sure. So social engineering, like we discussed, like we are having calls, we are having phishing attack, we are having spam, and nowadays we are having like whether they are having our OTP SMSs, and through OTP they used to transfer, even like without the next generation, even without having OTP, they used to transfer money from one account to another account. So somewhere, like, I mean, education is very important. How to respond, I mean, that's very important. Like if we are sharing our personal data, if we are sharing our SMS, if we are sharing our credentials. So I mean, I think Rupesh explained very well in very well way. Like education is very important. So like if people are not aware, like if they are sharing their password, they are sharing their OTP, they are telling their Aadhaar card number and all those things, might be their account will be hacked. If they are sponsoring any URL that it comes through phishing, spam and all those things, might be their account will be hacked. So I mean, anything like we react, prior to react, if we are in very proactive way, we should not allow to any incident, we should not allow for any attack. So I mean, how much we are proactive with the better person, with the right person, with the right mindset, that is the very important in cyber attack. Like if you know that cyber attack is going to happen, but if you don't have that particular mindset person, that particular correct team, then might be you won't be able to respond, right? And your all data will be, I mean, sweep away from, it might be personal data, it might be financial data, it might be anything. So like having a right team at right place, and they need to be very proactive on incident. Like even it might be small alerts, like it might be a small breeze, but might be that is the way for longer breeze. So historical, like few of you mentioned, like historical data, right? So like we also need dark web, like what sort of hackers we have, and how they are going to access our banking and financial domains. So historical data is also important, like when we are going through any cyber attack. So yes, I mean, being proactive, we can defend our walls.
Sure. Any final thoughts, Rupesh, before we close the panel? Namitan, you can also put a one-liner at the
Yeah,
end.
absolutely. No, it's like a quick stuff. Like as Bhishma has highlighted, it's very simple, right? If you are the single, the human, like the COVID situation, all the things are not going on the worst way. Can you hear me? If you're healthy, right? If you eat healthy, if you sleep healthy, if you do proper yoga, if you have a self-discipline, you can live longer and longer in positive way, right? If it's a single person itself, very, complicated, right? Then if you bring in the family to bring into the same discipline, it's very complicated. Then if you go to a little bit bigger organization, right? Thousands of people in the organization, we are expecting be there in the disciplines with the security enforcements and all the things. It's a little bit challenges over there, right? So that's why here, just from one standpoint, it's a holistic approach is very important. It's not a silos. Which are the department, which are the organizations, even though milk supplier, right? Even though it is, the security supplier, whoever it is, who providing this, because that affects directly, indirectly your organization productivity, right? So that's why where we need a holistic approach in terms of what are things you handle. Second one is like if you take the dam, right? If you take this water storage dam, it's maybe a multiple kilometers. Like let us take a 50 kilometers radius, and that's a huge. The CISO responsibility is to take care of to ensure that none of the place, even single hole, it is leaked out, right? If it is a 1 centimeter hole of the water leakage is coming, think about it. It's like a multi-kilometer water storage. It goes away just like that, actually. So that's a control. That's a this empanelment. Where the CISO is keeping eye on that. But the same way, just we need a support from all the folks, as I mentioned. As a holistic approach helps a lot and lot to protect our organization as well as the country efforts to add value and to increase the productivity. Thanks,
Sure,
Host. Thank you
sure.
so much.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess we are running out of time. I would thank everyone. Thank Rajeshji, thanks Bhishma for your topics on the insurance. We would open up the panel for any audience queries if they have. So I would request Simran, if we have certain queries on from the audience to the panel.
Uh, yes, sir, we do have some engaging questions from our audience. Here comes the first question from Rakesh Sharma, who asked, what are your views on cyber insurance?
Yeah. Bhishma, please go
So I
ahead.
think
Yeah.
I'll take that. So cyber
Sure.
insurance, while it's an open-ended question, but cyber insurance, as I mentioned, earlier as well, it's becoming a very very important, aspect in the overall cyber security risk management thing. Since we know that um, that no one can stop a determined hacker, as they say, that the firm, if some hacker is determined to hack you, they will any which way. So considering that, the firms will also have to figure out that if there is an attack tomorrow, what is the response mechanism, and cyber insurance is a part of the overall response. You have set aside a contingent capital, which will come in handy for you when there is a trigger, which is a cyber attack. So I think this is becoming important, and insurance companies as well as the clients, the insureds, have understood the importance of this particular aspect. Couple of things which I would like to highlight, when it comes to cyber insurance is, now Nathan, took a very good analogy, of how you keep yourself safe and healthy as a person to ensure, that there is no virus which you catch. So if I draw the same analogy in medical insurance, when you go and want to buy a medical insurance, the health insurer would ask you for all your health data, to ensure that you are healthy enough for them to give you insurance. If you're not, then maybe your premiums are high, maybe you may be denied coverage. Now, very similar thing happens when it comes to cyber insurance for a firm. So insurance companies would also like to see the kind of processes you follow, the kind of policies you have, what kind of trainings you're giving to your people, what is the infosec security, what is your BCPDR plans when it comes to response. And if all those things are satisfied, that you have invested properly, you take care of your crown jewels well, you have your best best in class security and all, you will get your you will get better coverage at a very good premium. So it's not that buying cyber insurance will ensure that you can just relax and you don't have to invest on your security. That will still remain your first line of defense. Cyber insurance will only protect you when your first line of defense is breached. So these are the two bits what you can talk about cyber insurance. Open for more questions.
All right. Though we have more questions from the audience, but due to time constraint, let's take the last question from the audience. That is from Suresh Pawar, who asked how to design a disaster recovery plan.
DR plan or Rupesh or Ronithan, anyone can
Yeah,
take that.
no, this is such like interesting, but however, it's as Vimish had highlighted, it's not a one-liner answer. It's absolutely for a descriptive exercise, right? In terms of to understand crown jewel accounts and what are the critical data, critical application, critical process, and critical verticals where you are running, right? It's like a little bit bigger exercise to understand which application or which process or which product team is contributing more, which need immediate attention, where you can sustain like, the 15 minutes of loss, or maybe 1 hour of loss, or 1 day of loss. Just we have to go with the RTO, RPO, and then come out with like, what's the sustainable, what's your risk appetite, right? Maybe some organization can, wait or balance like a 1 day loss. Some people can wait for a 1 week loss. Like similarly, just we have to understand what is your, first of all, the priority of process on quick quick.
Correct.
Second one is in terms of, what needs to be replicated, and then what is your sustained power, where we have many, right? Active backup, active, and then in terms of the multi-sync, we have multiple, concepts in terms of the DR. So absolutely based on your nature of business, and then, other consequences will decides. And we are happy to help you in detail, if you need any more details on that.
Right.
Great, Samran.
Thank you so much, all the panelists, for sharing your thoughts and making this a rich discussion. Now, we will see a brief video from our silver sponsor, CompTIA. Now, moving on further, we have a keynote session for the day by Mr. Pradipto Chakrabarti from CompTIA, who is a silver sponsor of Cybersecurity Innovation Web Conference and Awards 2021. The Computing Technology Industry Association, CompTIA, is a tech-forward community of the $5 trillion IT ecosystem and the global hub for more than 35 million professionals who design, deploy, manage, and secure the technology that powers the modern economy. Through collaboration, education, certifications, advocacy, and market research, CompTIA advances the industries and careers that rely on tech. The topic of the keynote is Stopping the Next Massive Cyber Attack. I request Mr. Pradipto to take over the forum and start the keynote session. Over to you, Mr. Pradipto.
Yeah, thanks, Simran, and good afternoon. The topic, of course, was something different. We are talking about the workforce part of it, can you see my screen, all of you?
Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Perfect. So, thank you so much for this opportunity, and also, I was throughout there in the first session, and it was very interesting to know all the panelists and their viewpoints in terms of cyber security, cyber attacks, and what is happening across the world. But my focus here, my experience is as a learning and development and skill development professional. And in that role, I manage the CompTIA business for South Asia, including India and some of the neighboring countries. So what I'm going to do in the next 15 minutes is, kind of set up a contest and share some interesting trends, which has come out of our research, which we call a state of cybersecurity, which we, launch it every year. In fact, the last one that we launched was in September of 2020. Which included all the contemporary, COVID situations and everything. And I'm very happy to state that whatever I heard in the first session corroborates with whatever we are finding in terms of, and we do the research when we reach out to, people like all the panelists and the esteemed guests here, the cybersecurity practitioners, the CISOs and CIOs. And definitely what I see is that it corroborates with whatever I heard over the multiple speakers talk about. Second is that I'm going to talk about a little bit on the skills and workforce, hiring, upskilling your own people. I think what we heard in the first session was predominantly more on the technical side. But the question that we need to ask is that how do we skill up people, and how do we identify the right talent? So the second part will be that. And followed by that, a very brief overview of how CompTIA can help the community, etc. So the first and foremost thing is that the key points of the state of cybersecurity research that we did, 4 points came out, and honestly, all of these 4 points were covered in the first panel. And I'm really very excited to state that, this is corroborating with whatever you are observing in the market. First of all, obviously, the shift to remote workforce, the shifting the workforce to remote environment has opened up a lot of new vectors of threat, and therefore, it's forcing organizations to redefine the security posture and how you look at cybersecurity from a more holistic perspective, as one of the panelists just spoke about in the previous session. Secondly, what we are observing is that cybersecurity practices are becoming more and more formal. When I say formal, what I mean here, or what we mean here, is that it is becoming a pillar in an organization, and when you develop that pillar, definitely you need to put some processes in place. And I think 2 of the processes which are coming out very clearly is risk management and continuous monitoring, which eventually, coalesce together to form a zero trust framework, and with ubiquitous verification. That framework of we are not going to trust anyone is the kind of environment that is going, and therefore you're setting up a lot of formal process around that. Third is that, which of course I'm going to explain or talk about more as we go along, is that as and when the complexity in the cybersecurity world is increasing, the skill requirement also is compounding. The complexity and the vastness and the deepness of the skills that are required from professionals are increasing, be it skilling internal resources or hiring fresh talent. And finally, in the previous session, I think Bhishma spoke a lot about this cyber insurance. In fact, I wanted to share that as per our research in the US, more than 40%, 42% to be precise, organizations have hold a cyber insurance. However, as what Bhishma had said earlier also, that this is a new concept and definitely requires, identifying the security posture of the organization, put a figure to the losses that you have, and so on. So those are by and large the 4 key topics that had come up in the research finding. And if you look at the drivers and the major triggers, if you see the top 4 of the drivers, definitely the variety and the scope of the attack related, concerns. I mean, if you see that variety of attacks, number of hackers, scale of attacks, all of that is, forcing organizations to sort of go towards, one speaker spoke about, I think Munish spoke about at the very beginning, that we have to come out of the signature-based, malware and virus dominant kind of a thing, and it's become much more evolved. So the length and the breadth of the attack is definitely concerned, and that is one of the major key drivers. Privacy definitely, in fact, privacy and regulatory compliances go hand in hand together. There's a contradiction in terms of whether how much of data should be used. On one hand, there's a concern of privacy. On the other hand, by having more data, we can actually provide better services, provide better, opportunities to people and businesses. In terms of triggers, obviously, there's no saying that the remote workforce definitely is a major trigger. Change in IT operations, which we just spoke about, the digitalization of the organization, or moving towards more and more digital offering. I think those are the ones. You have internal breaches, reporting, all of those things. Those are the major triggers that we talk about, and all of these triggers put together are making a huge change in the approach that all of you as practitioners, the CISOs and the CIOs are, evaluating at this point in time. So one of the biggest change of approach that we have observed is on incident response and security monitoring, which is sort of a new practice. I think the importance of security monitoring, incident response. A question came up about business continuity, etc. So those are the things that are the new practices that are coming up very fast. And also you talked about threat intelligence, governance, GRC part of it, which is the governance, risk and compliance, threat modeling, etc. So those are what we are looking at are, some of the very interesting and new practices that are coming up, and I'm sure that it will resonate with most of the viewers as well as the panelists here. This is exactly what we heard in the first session of the panel today. So definitely the whole dynamics of the cybersecurity industry is changing, and there's no denying the fact that organizations. The research also says that a lot of organizations are satisfied with the kind of investment that the organization is focusing around cybersecurity. Predominantly, about more than 50% of the respondent did feel that yes, there is a renewed vigor in terms of investment, in terms of the focus towards cybersecurity, and definitely, and that's the reason it has become one of the main pillars of the of any organization today. So how does that affect the skill and workforce? So continuing with the same research, what we have found out that what you see on the screen here are some of the most significant areas where improvement is needed, across a broad set of skills. Obviously the usual suspects, the data security part, the network security, data analysis, threat knowledge, identity, access management, and so on are definitely on the top of the mind of organizations, CISOs and CXOs. Also, apart from that, I think some things are creeping up, which is more and more impetus on regulatory landscape and how the IT professionals or the security professionals are able to understand how to work within that regulatory landscape. So I'll cover a little bit more of this as we go along. But those are on the left-hand side. What you see is that those are the key skills that are required by the industry. And I'm sure that most of you, the esteemed panelists here and the esteemed guest here would agree to these findings from CompTIA's side. So as a result, what organizations are doing, I think two of the things that are top priority for them is to train the current employees, and that is a challenge because what we realize is that cybersecurity is kind of a very self-taught kind of vocation, and it has been sort of, I'm sorry to use the word, but has been the second cousin when it comes to people choosing their careers. So therefore, training and retraining current employees on the latest trends, on the latest requirements from the market is something which is very important. And also new hiring and certifying current employees with global certifications. Those are the three top feedback that we have received from the community, from the cybersecurity community, from the IT community, in terms of how do we kind of plug this gap. Going forward, the other thing that and this is a very personal understanding, we work with multiple segments of the industry. We work with educational academic institutions, we work with enterprise organizations, we work with working professionals, and all of those are our sort of touch points. And within the existing workforce, I think one of the challenges that I have come across when I talk to multiple security leads and security managers is that a quick turnaround is very rare in terms of training and retraining people, and that is very time consuming, it's resource heavy. Also the other fact that security professionals are difficult to groom, and that is another feedback that we have received. But there are opportunities in terms of upskilling people with most contemporary capabilities. Interestingly, there are many academic and non-academic institutions which have come up with diploma courses, like maybe 12-month diploma or 18 months diploma in cybersecurity. There are global certifications which people can take. In terms of new hires, the youngsters are still, when you talk to these BTechs, and graduates, engineering graduates, computer science graduates, they still talk about software development as a career of choice. But very interestingly, I work with a large hiring company in India, an enterprise organization with a big security team, and they did a research among the people whom they have handed out hiring letters, and they found that about 25 to 30% of those students are actually interested right from day one to join as security professionals. And hence, many of those universities and colleges across the country, they are offering BTech in cybersecurity or Masters of Technology in cybersecurity. So that's a good sign. So how do you look for a good talent? First of all, whether they have the right certification which maps to the job role. Not only certification, have they taken the entire process of the training, either self-led or self-paced or instructor-led? Have they gathered knowledge from tools such as virtual labs, which help them get access to real life scenarios which they would typically face when they join the workforce? And then finally, the whole point is that will a security head or a security manager, can they put those people right away without minimal training into their floor? So I think those are the burning questions that we get from people, and we are trying to kind of work with them to solve some of these programs with all the stakeholders, which is the industry as well as the academic framework and the academic market. Questions like, are the training and content assessments, whatever you are checking, is it performance based, which means that when a person is taking a certification, does a certain amount of questions have a practical simulated environment? Is the content mapped to the industry requirement and job role led? And that is again something which is very important, because as what we heard in the first panel is that there's so much of dynamism in this industry that in the cybersecurity field specifically, that you need to be up to date with a lot of those new job roles, and those job roles are constantly morphing. So therefore, that is very much required. Is the content scenario based, which means that will the learning help the the learner put himself or herself in a shoe of a security administrator or a security analyst, and then learn things which are on a real life environment? Are they exposed to tools? We have spoken about so many tools for different functions within the cybersecurity area. So are those, are the candidates are they proficient with these tools, or have they been exposed and worked on these tools? Are things that you need to check when you're looking at fresh hire or upskilling your internal forces. And finally, the last segment that I would like to cover is that how CompTIA as an organization can help you. So we are by far the world's largest provider of vendor neutral IT certifications, and we have developed a whole career path around cybersecurity. Interestingly, how we develop the certifications is very interesting, because what we do is that we gather people like you, people who are practitioners, who are working in the industry, people who are there in the panel, to be a part of our community. And they tell us that, okay, if you're looking at a security analyst job role, or a penetration tester, or you're looking at a security architect or a security engineer, what will be their job duties, what will be their job roles, and then have the whole process to develop that and those certifications. And by nature, as Simran had mentioned earlier, we are a tech trade association based out of the US. So what we're talking about is we have to be vendor neutral, which means that the skills are transferable from one technology brand or platform to the other technology platform. It is transferable skills. And that's what we specialize in. And what you see on the screen here is the whole process that I was just describing, that we start with jobs. We don't start with products. We start with job duties, try to understand the job roles, the nitty-gritties, not only what they have to do today, but what they have to do 3 years down the line. I mean, you're talking about a network administrator or a security administrator and so on. Then develop the syllabus, what we call as the exam objectives, the content part of it. We validate the objective, again, going back to the subject matter experts, write the exam questions, which is again done by the subject matter experts. So you can see the kind of involvement that we have with the industry, because they are the ones, I mean, think it from that sense that you are the one who is writing the exam. We review the questions, beta testing, and then finally we launch a new exam. And by mandate, we retire the exam every 3 years so that our skills remain contemporary. So if you look at this, so we have 4 programs on cybersecurity. We have Security Plus for someone who is just getting into the cybersecurity field, somebody who is looking at a job role such as security engineer, or a network security engineer, or a system administrator, and so on and so forth. Somebody who's got a couple of years of experience in IT, but not necessarily in security. Once they have a couple of years of experience in security, doing that identity and access management and the cryptographic structures, etc. So either they go into a defense side or they go into a attack side. The defense side obviously is a cybersecurity analyst program, and then on the offensive side we've got pen test, which is a penetration testing program. And then finally, for somebody who's got more than 5 years of experience and is responsible for enterprise-wide security from a policy as well as technology standpoint. Somebody talked about BYOD. So suppose the organization decides on a BYOD strategy, what will be the security control? So those are the decisions taken by people who have significant experience in the domain, and for them we've got an advanced security practitioner. Between the defensive and offensive security, the other trend that we are seeing is that organizations are finding very good balance between defense and offense, and that is why we developed these 2 programs that cater to the larger audience of people who would want to go into a defensive side or an offensive side. So very quickly, I know there is paucity of time, but very quickly I will go through these programs one by one, very, very, very top 30,000 feet over the ground overview. So as you see, from the first program that we have, which we call a Security Plus, everything that a security engineer requires at a level 1 or a security analyst requires from a level 1 standpoint, somebody who you are hiring, who does not have cybersecurity experience. It teaches threats, attacks, and vulnerabilities. It teaches basics of architecture and design, how to implement those security controls from an identity and access management, and other, troubleshooting firewalls and so on and so forth. Operations and incident response. This is the new thing that we have added in the latest version, along with GRC, because we feel that even at a level 1, I think people should be knowledgeable about the compliances, about GDPR, about SOX, or about NIST, PCI DSS, Somebody talked about MITRE. So all of these is covered within the governance, risk, and compliance area. Once, like I said, a couple of years of experience, the CompTIA cybersecurity analyst program can be defined in one sentence, which is anything to do with security operations center. The panel talked about the second generation SOC and everything that is covered within program. And I think this is the only program available in the market which is which has this widespread coverage about the SOC management kind of a job role. Obviously software and system security, threat management, threat intelligence, vulnerability management, teaches incident response. Many of you spoke about incident response, IR, and then we expand the concept of compliance and assessment and so on and so forth at a larger scape here. And the next one that we have is for the red team, which is the CompTIA Pen Test Plus. A unique thing about this program is that we have consciously stayed away from the word ethical hacking, because according to CompTIA, ethical hacking as a job role actually does not exist. It's actually VAPT. So what we teach in this program is end-to-end penetration testing, right from planning to scoping to doing the active and passive reconnaissances to using Kali Linux based tools, and then finally reporting and communicating to the higher management. So the entire end-to-end VAPT scope is taught within our CompTIA Pen Test Plus program. And like I said, for the advanced level practitioner, we have the CompTIA Advanced Security Practitioner, which talks all about the enterprise security architecture, operations from an enterprise level. And then there are some certain soft skills as well, which is how do you collaborate with various different teams, research and development within cybersecurity, and a host of other things. We've included concepts of blockchain, cryptocurrency, etc. Not only certifications, we also have content material. We have the learning content, we have virtual labs, we have adaptive test prep tools. The entire solution is something that you should look at when you're either upskilling your own people or you're hiring somebody from the market. The common fallacy that people do is that, oh, you have a X certification with you, wonderful, get in here. I mean, and then once the person gets into the job role, you realize that, hey, you know what, this person does not know anything that is he or she is supposed to know because they are this certified. So the solution is the entire program, which is the content, the lab, the test prep, the adaptive system of learning, and then going for the certification. And that's where you can figure out which person is relevant for me. And finally, before I close out, we are running a campaign for this month. We have, if you participate in this campaign, you have a chance to win. Weekly we have a couple of winners here. It's a chance to win a Security Plus study bundle worth about approximately $400 free, or if not, at least a 20% discount on any product that you buy from our online store. And with that, I think I'll close my discussion. One last thing to all the people here. If anybody of you are interested to evaluate content material from CompTIA, reach out to me, drop me an email on my email ID, and I'll be happy to support you with providing content material with which you can evaluate for your internal teams, or for anybody. If you're looking at hiring people who are CompTIA certified, if you want to want your team to be certified and trained, reach out to me. We can provide that one-stop solution. Thank you so much, and open to questions if any.
Sure, sir. We do have questions from the audience.
Yep.
The first question is from Akhil Jain, who asks, how to achieve sufficient company-wide cyber compliance?
It's Akhil, it's I think a technology term, and I will not be the right person to answer this question. I think the panelist will be able to do a better job out of it. What we do is that we teach you how to do it through some of our courses. So if you reach out to us, we can help you on that.
All right. The second question is from Ananya Kapoor, who asks, what are the certifications in cybersecurity that will make me sought after?
Okay, Ananya, it depends on the two things. First is that your experience level, and second is what is your, what do you want to do? So typically, if you look at security as a domain, and so definitely the first job that you're going to get in a security area, in my opinion, would be a level 1 security analyst or security engineer. And for that, CompTIA Security Plus is one of the good certifications that you can evaluate. And then if you are a bit experienced in cybersecurity, if you know the fundamentals, then your next step within the career would be either becoming a SOC engineer or a SOC manager, or you move towards the offensive side, which is the penetration testing area. Again, some programs like CYSA Plus and you have the CompTIA Pen Test Plus certification. It all depends on. So I think you need to take a very strong call in terms of where you want to go, whether security is a good job role for you or something. That is something that you need to decide first. Once you decide that, then you go into evaluating the various programs that are available in the market. You can visit comptia.org, comptia.org. There is a lot of resources there, free resources which are available, which will help you to actually identify your strength, your weaknesses, your passion, and more importantly, tell you what the job role looks like. It will tell you that if you join as a security engineer, what would be my job role day-to-day basis? If I join as a SOC engineer, if I join as a penetration tester, what am I going to do, and what is the kind of skills and prerequisites that I require? So that's my 2 cents about this, about your question.
All right. There are no more questions from the audience. Thank you, Mr. Pradipto, for sharing such valuable insights. I'm sure the audience found your keynote session really helpful, and your keynote will help them.
Sure. Thank you
Thank you,
so
sir.
much, Simran. Look forward to the rest of the session.
Thank you, sir. Moving on further, we have another panel for the day, and the topic is building a cyber resilient enterprise. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call the moderator, Mr. Munish Gupta from Wipro, Mufti Fazul from Genpact, Dilip Panjwani from L&T Infotech, Kalpesh Doshi from FIS, Vineet Sinha from MasterCard, Abhijit Chatterjee from Vodafone Idea Limited, Archie Jackson from Incido, and Anuj Teli from Signet Infotech. Now I request Mr. Munish Gupta to start the panel discussion.
Thanks, Simran. And first of all, I think I would like to, thanks each panelist for their time, right? So appreciate it. So today's topic is to talk about building cyber resilience. So what really is cyber resilience? So I think before going cyber resilience, let's talk about what is resilience in layman's term. So it's ability to anticipate, withstand, recover and adapt from unknowns, from stress, or from certain threats. So if I have to put that in a cyber resilience perspective, so we can say that ability of the organization to anticipate the various attacks, threat vectors, and to have the deterrence or the readiness to navigate those attacks, to withstand the attack or the threats on the organization by leveraging technology, process, recover, ability to recover from incident, where we can have the right methods and the process or the technology to identify within time and to make sure that we are able to contain it. And the last one is adapt. So in case you have a incident where you are able to contain as well, recover, you have to adapt your process. You have to re-architect your existing modus operandi just to make sure that there will be minimum impact onto the business from a security perspective. So cyber resilience is getting more acceptance and getting more popular, especially after the last year, like after the COVID, because the COVID-19 has challenged the organization's ability to to work in unknown or unanticipated scenarios. So everybody has seen that there is a rapid digital adoption. People are working from home, um, vendors are connecting to home. So these are the exceptional scenarios. So from a cyber resilience perspective, also its organization ability to be ready for unknown incidents or unknown events so that we can recover it. So for example, let's take example of amazon.com. If there will be security incident, and let's assume, even if the organization, sorry, amazon.com is not available for, let's say, 30 seconds, imagine the kind of a damage it will be having, because there won't be payment processing, there won't be order that is happening, so the kind of impact will be huge, and then there is a brand reputation that is going to get affected as well. So that's why when we are talking about the cyber resilience, we have to think about the whole 9 yard ability to recover and retain and adapt well, to make sure that our cyber defenses are secure enough, and we are looking into the each and every aspects from a cybersecurity perspective, be it your network parameter or your process, to make sure that identifying even the weakest link in the organization from a security perspective, to make sure that we are planning for the redundancy. Simple examples can be auto scaling, redundancy, your bcpdr, or to make sure that you have a crisis communication plan handy, how to deal with such events in case of something happens. So today, I think we'll discuss more about cyber resilience, because we have a very wonderful, the panel. We have Archie, Vineet, Faisal, Kalpesh is there, and then we have Abhijit, Anuj. So let me ask further questions to the panelists also, to get their view actually. So first of all, I would ask Anuj's view on how to ensure cyber resilience in the organization. I have mentioned about what is the cyber resilience, but how we can ensure that in the organization. So Anuj, over to you. If you can provide your viewpoint.
Thank you, Manish, for the introduction, and thank you for the topic. Yes, so basically, when we say cyber resilience, considering the current scenarios, considering how the COVID has impacted the organizations, it all lays down to the employees that we have. The way we train the employees, the way we help them understand the problems, the way we help them understand on what needs to be done at which point is something that is very critical. I'll just give you an example. Because of the whole COVID scenarios, when we have started working from home, we have identified internally in our organization that the clients are not aware on what they have not properly implemented or where the cyber attacks can happen for their data. So the thing is required to be done holistically and not just for a single organization. When I say holistically, the clients, the contracts that we have needs to be very properly drafted to ensure that the resilience part is into that particular language. Getting proper BCPs, getting proper DRs, and getting those things tested properly is the main key that we have right now. Every organization gets the certifications done. Every organization have their own certificates, but the time till the people start working on it and get a proper understanding onto the same is the time when the organization actually starts getting a proper resilience. For me, the last person then in the organization who is not trained is the weakest link. And because of that, the resilience would impact a lot. So the best option is to train people. The best option is to help them understand the actual requirements and what needs to be done on regular basis.
Perfect, Anuj. I think, and you have highlighted a very important perspective of the people thing, because it's not the process and the technology when it comes to cyber resilience, but we have to go the whole 9 yard, and the people is the key part of it. So thanks, Anuj, for that. And Vineet, would you like to add to it?
Yeah, sure, Manish. Thank you so much for giving us this platform to share our views on this topic, cyber resilience. I think it has become very prominent post the COVID scenario that has happened. But I think Anuj has touched a very important point, which is the human factor, which is acting as a core importance in terms of actually building up the cyber resilience framework for any organization. But I think with this COVID, a lot of digital transformation has also happened, and then that has resulted in adoption of a lot of cloud services from various partners. The organization have to get into a lot of supply chain related activities where they, since they were not partnered with some of the organization in the past, they have to immediately to ensure that the resources are absolutely getting funded to them at the all point of time. They have to actually put in some add new vendors and partners into their entire ecosystem. Now, to really look at it, I think if I have to talk about in the entire framework perspective, I'll break it down into largely five pillars. One would be that the teleworking solutions that we are using today, the VPN technologies. We have a lot of people are connecting remotely over the network today. If in case we do not have the sufficient set of bandwidth really to support such kind of an infrastructure and network and the way people are getting connected and accessing so many resources across, I think it's a problem. So I think that's number one that we have to think through as part of the entire resilience framework. The second is that cloud services. If in case we are relying on one single vendor or partner, and if in case there was recent news where some of the service providers have actually been blackout for some point of time, and it has actually disrupted the entire ecosystem for some of the organization. So I think that is something also has to be thought through in the larger framework. As are we going to really rely on one single partner, a vendor to really provide the services? The third important aspect, which is very critical in the entire ecosystem, is to talk about how are we actually going to protect our external perimeters. Now, since we were there largely working out of offices, we had any issues that we used to come across, we used to largely fix it at that point of time. But with the remote conditions there in place where people have to actually work remotely, if in case there are any network related issues or challenges, how are we actually looking at? How are we going to place controls over that? So that's another important aspect that we have to think through from a cyber resilience framework standpoint. I think I have already touched upon the cloud piece. Another important aspect is that since in this entire pandemic ecosystem, one important aspect that has come across and through which we are even today communicating is the collaboration tools that have become the lifeline of most of the organization. Now, will only one single collaboration tool is going to provide the sufficient set of resources in terms of managing day in, day out business? Again, the organization have to think. So I think largely these are certain parameters or areas that as an organization, while you're defining a cyber resilience framework in terms of the post-COVID scenario, you have to think through as to what are those controls that we, and how are we actually going to, because we know that as the virus is spreading faster, even the adversary are identifying new method and ways in terms of attacking some of those. We know that some of the collaboration tools, some of the security, the remote working solutions have been impacted in the past. So I think we'll have to think through holistically, not only from one specific thought process. We have to look at that comprehensively, that how are we going to actually manage it on a day-to-day basis.
Yep. So thanks, Vineet, for that. And I think you touched upon a very good point, anticipation or anticipate, where you have mentioned be it a VPN connectivity or the cloud provider, where we have to do the due diligence beforehand. And even if you are mentioned, not to put all the eggs in one bucket, like not one cloud provider. So I would just like to add to it, even if you, by virtue of your business, let's say you have to have a AWS or Azure, even then we have to plan it that our infrastructure is not in the same zone. We have to plan for intra-region, that connectivity and the hosting, just to make sure that even if something happens, we can recover. So thanks, Vineet, for that. So the next one is, you know, as Vineet and Anuj has mentioned, the importance and what needs to be done. I think let's quantify what are the key strategic and technical initiatives required to be a cyber resilience organization. So, Dilip, would you like to add?
Sure, Manish. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Dilip Panjwani from LTI. So, when you look at the controls or requirements for a cyber resilient organization, you are looking at how to ensure that the organization is always cyber safe and cyber secure no matter what could be the working model or the connectivity and strategy of the organization. Now, my colleagues did touch upon various aspects when we spoke about cloud security, enterprise security, or supply chain security. Like, for example, today LTI is providing services to various organizations, just like Manish and other organizations also are providing today. But we always are being assessed from the perspective, or many organizations think about the fact, how is my supply chain secure? That means, how is LTI as an organization secured so that my customers have that comfort when they do business with me? While we take care of those aspects, because we are a services organization, we also have to think about the fact that I am also an organization myself. What about my cyber resiliency? Because possibly there's something wrong at my customer's premise, because they might not have the right tools or the right implementations, because the way they went and kind of enabled COVID possibly. And that could also come back and bite me back as an organization, which impacts my other customers. So I don't need to look at only my own organization or my supply chain, but also my customer organizations as part of my cyber resiliency program. Now, that's one aspect. The second aspect that we need to cover up always is situations will keep on drastically changing over time. It's always like a live operation, and as and when you are on the operation table, your patient might react in various manners based on the treatment that is happening. It's like a live cardiac surgery, for example, or a live brain surgery. You cannot predict every vitals of the patient at that point of time. It's as and when you go, you see what is the change in vitals, and accordingly you change your mode of treatment or the emergency response at that point of time. That's exactly what we do as cyber professionals today. So today, if my user is using a certain set of applications or tools, as well as coming to the organization or connecting to my customer through a certain methodology, and if that is not working and then he needs another alternative, that has to be assessed on the fly by your cybersecurity team, understood from the risk perspective, and you need to find the best secure alternative to enable it. Cybersecurity or information security no longer has the typical thought process of saying no as a policeman to the end user or the customer. They have to constantly find ways to make things happen, enable business, and provide it in a secure fashion so that they can continue in the same speed as they want to. We need to be business enablers rather than being just security providers. So that's another aspect we need to take care of. And finally, when you look at the CIA triad, or when you look at people, process, and technology part of the stack, the people part is always something that we have to constantly keep stressing on, because when you're typically working from within an organization, you are always seeing that, okay, I'm in a secure perimeter. I've got my boss sitting possibly somewhere on the floor. I've got CCTV cameras. I've got an access control system and the likes. And that is kind of a deterrent control, which keeps people always in the constant thought process that, hey, I'm being monitored. I am going to be possibly picked up and checked upon. I can be challenged. But when people are working remotely, that thought process gets diluted to quite an extent. Now, how do you constantly keep that stress on to the end user so that they understand the significance of security? It's not to constantly block them from access, but to make them more aware and ensure that they understand that this is to protect them, to protect the enterprise they work for, and the business that they try to do over here to constantly stay alive. So that, I think, is an overall consideration we needs to have as part of your enablement strategies. Because I did not really go into tools specifically, Manish, because of the fact that tools are very specific to organizations, or processes are very specific to the way you deploy stuff. So I just spoke about in general how really things would work on strategy levels.
Exactly, Dilip, and thanks for highlighting key points. The one is it's not about our own organization, but we have to look at the whole value chain or the ecosystem. And when we are talking about the ecosystem, we need to consider the vendor and even the customer also, because the connectivity and the risk might be emanating from them as well, right? So that we have to take care. Second good point you raised about the awareness for our clients, their staff, and the vendors as well, not only for the people in our organization. You can have your house clean, fixed, everything, but you need to make sure that even the guests are coming to your house, they follow the right guidelines and they are not a threat to you, the family, or to the occupants there. So I think very valid point. So now I think we have Archie there. So Archie, what are the key challenges as per you can think of when people talk about the resilient organization? Why there is a still not a widespread adoption, and we are still organizations still working on a piecemeal approach where we are having certain initiative for cloud security, or we might be looking for let's say vulnerability scanning, application security. But the of course cyber resilience the takes time because it's a journey life cycle. But I'm not seeing in industry that lot of adoption as of now. I think after COVID-19 people are talking about it. So any challenges that you see in the road to adoption?
Thanks, Manish. So I'll start with some fundamentals first and then share some pointers. So the very first point is around cyber resilience. It's less of an execution, more of a strategic approach. And that's where, when it's built up from grounds up, let's say if it is applications, if it is infrastructure, if it is any form of cybersecurity framework, that's all grounds up. And that's where organization, what I'm seeing or what I've seen is they the incorporation at the very first point around by design is missing. So, for example, like the fundamental of taking medicines against fever or cold, these are actually the symptoms. These are actually not any ailment, but we tend to take medication for cold or fever to subside that. But we are not actually going deep into the root cause of situations. We try to execute controls. We get into technologies. We get into tool sets. But the entire build-up of by design grounds up, that's missing. Few of the aspects which I see, because technology, or let's say the IT, the CIO and CISO organization, they do not talk much well amongst each other. And having CISO's perspective or the security perspective at the right inception. And also, it's not only CIOs, it's also into CDOs or CTOs where application development and all of that happens. Because most of the application development that happens, that I've seen it goes into silos, and then when a particular maturity or testing is there, that's where the standard approach is around getting the vulnerability assessment. But actually, a few tools like LAN sweep, or sorry, lace sweep or contrast security, these are the tools which actually brings in the vulnerability assessment of the application inside the application. Other aspects I would see, so cyber resilience, most of our fellow panelists have covered most of the aspects which are the roadblocks or should be considered. Things like being proactive in nature. Thinking deep dive. For example, another situational example, we had that SolarWind breach. So now understanding the SolarWind breach and only reading about it are two different aspects. Because let's say the third party, one of the fellow panelists was talking about the third party vulnerability and assessments and risk management out there. Now let's say SolarWind. Out of 500 Fortune 500 companies, 425 had SolarWinds. What does that mean? 425 organizations like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Ford, Berkshire Hathaway, all of that. All the premium organizations have been using SolarWind. And it started for a period of 9 months, it was undetected. 9 months of data of all these Fortune 500 companies has been monitored. And that means, and also that has not been sold over dark web. That means there is something substantial being thought about, or there is something big coming up in 2021, 2022. And the sequence of breaches that is coming up, the kind of, and that means, there was an assessment that we got from various third parties, some clients and all. If we have been using SolarWind as a checklist, most of us must have got that from our fellow clients and all. But we may be indirect in that particular aspect. We may be using Amazon, we may be using Microsoft, and then indirectly our data must have been monitored in that particular case. Now, overall, the 5 factors that I see is, one is proactive monitoring, which is more into threat hunting, threat intelligence. The time to reduce the time to detect, because if we are able to reduce the time to detect, we would be more resilient. Prevention, detection, and response. So that's where EDR, and now XDR is there. A lot of XDR solutions are there. Second is having the right data classification, because we cannot secure everything. So if we are able to secure the right content of data, the right classification, having a right risk assessment against it with the third party as well, that's second aspect. Third is having a good visibility of shadow IT. If we are able to reduce the shadow IT, that's something we would be able to remarkably maintain the resilience of our organization, because with that we'll have the discovery, we'll have the right patching, right health of our entire ecosystem. And finally, cloud first is where the approach usually helps, moving our big backup recovery all into cloud critical infrastructure with the right architecture, and trying to move from a centralized approach to a decentralized approach. The moment organization look into this, incorporate decentralization in their strategy. By decentralization, I mean, if I'm having specific aspects in a particular central place, which was an approach in traditional environment or traditional architecture, decentralizing will have chunks of data which could be secured across. I mean, even if there is an impact, we would be able to recover and get into a resilient state much faster. So if all of these are embedded, incorporated in a strategy, executed well, this would have a better resilience architecture. However, organizations somewhere or the other misses some of these aspects. Not altogether, they may be missing on some of the aspects, but that's where these are the key challenges. And yeah, that's what I think.
Perfect. So thanks, Archie. And I think if I have to summarize it, so there is no silver bullet to be resilient, and instead of a piecemeal approach, we have to look into various aspects. You highlighted the key aspects like shadow IT, cloud, and I think another point you mentioned about having the basics right, data classification. Because if you don't know about your data, it doesn't matter, what process you build or what kind of technology you have, it will be useless. So I think that having the right data classification, knowing your inventory well, and have methods for the structured as well as the unstructured data, your application stack, then you will be able to build controls around it. So thanks, Archie, for that. So Faisal, would you like to add something? And I think the last point mentioned by Archie, decentralized approach, are you agreed with that?
Yeah, thanks, Manish. And I think I resonate the points that Archie made, and I just would want to add to those points. I think one of the biggest aspect in the cyber resiliency is ability and modularity. I think, and in terms of ability, it is agility as well at the same time. So when we build onto this journey, we also have to look at how, the challenges that we face today. So the biggest impact is we do not have automation in place, right? The playbooks and how we integrate and orchestrate different systems, processes at the same time. So that's, I think, one of the biggest aspects as well, which where the organizations need to adopt well. The journey is not easy, obviously. The way we integrate, the way we interoperate in terms of how the playbooks work together. And you talked about, let's say, having decentralization, and that's where, while decentralization modularity picks up the aspect of having the cyber resiliency, but at the same time, the interactions, the response time, how faster we respond to what we detect is, I think, the core principle of managing cyber resiliency effectively. The second point I just want to add is the threat modeling. I think Archie touched upon it and some of the other fellow panelists. The threat modeling is one biggest aspect of driving resiliency. We do profiling of threat actors and threat vectors at the same time. So we know what we are trying to protect from, what we are trying to protect within our and other organizations. So I think that is the biggest aspect, and followed by testing. I think it goes without saying. I think testing plays a very important role to drive the whole program, and we see lesser adoption, ineffectiveness, because it's a journey. It takes time, but yeah, it's a collaborated effort to move forward in that direction.
Thanks, Faisal. And I think you raised a very good point about gauging the effectiveness of it. I think we have Abhijit in few minutes. We'll come to him as well. So I think decentralized approach, and then you mentioned about the threat modeling and other things. Definitely, to augment our cyber resilience journey, we need all these technologies and the tools. And at the same time, we need to make sure that as an organization, when we are getting into the cyber resilience journey, initial assessment of the strategy is being done to know your stack, which mentioned by Archie, know your application, and know about your business, the kind of impact it can withstand, which boils down to again BCPDR, like the kind of RTO, RPO. Based on that, that will drive your security architecture as well, because the cost of having the redundancy and even intra-region kind of a hosting will be multifold. So it all boils down to the trade-off between the security, confidentiality, and the budget. So we have to plan it that way. So definitely, and what you mentioned will augment that journey. So now we have Kalpesh with us. So Kalpesh, thanks for joining. So Kalpesh, like you have heard Archie and Faisal, Anuj, and their views. So now I would like to, your views on, there is a rapid digital adoption, especially in the last 1 year, and most of the fundings being diverted on certain solutions also, be it Zscaler or some VPN solution or connectivity. So, what impact do you see on to the cyber resilience journey with this digital adoption, which is rapid, which is not planned for? And I would say, I don't mind saying, most of the organizations are doing on an ad hoc basis. They don't know what they're getting into, but they want to make sure that somebody from a home is able to connect to it, which is increasing the threat, vector exposure area. Over to you, Kalpesh.
Thanks, Manish. And I believe, all the panelists before me have captured the topic very well. So that makes my job easy. I can just summarize what they said. But to put it this way, Manish, you're very right. The world has changed, and the world has changed in a manner where we'll never go back to a world which was prior 2020, right? Organizations, and when I say organizations, it cuts across all your industries, right? I can give you a lot of examples. The largest example is education. We always thought education would always be offline, and we have realized that we live in a world where our kids, and I'm sure everybody loves the kids the most, right? And we have trusted them with online education for almost more than 12 months to now, right? Similarly, organizations are also relying that as we get into, there is always a hesitation to adopt cloud or adopt digital innovations, or adopt digital platforms or solutions. Those things after 2020 have kind of, we've seen a rapid increase on digital, I would say, adoption across industries. Now, whether necessity is mother of invention, or you would always say that I always had a plan, just waiting for March. It's just a coincidence that COVID happened, but any which ways, I was going to go digital. Fair. You definitely could have that argument, but the fact remains that the increase, in terms of how organizations are fueling that digital movements, are significant, and that brings across its own challenges. Manush spoke about it, right? So there are a couple of things. You also have to realize that the complete workforce, when you talk about cyber resilience, it's more about how do you ensure business continuity when you have a cyber incident, right? So the very fundamental is when you are operating out of your office, right? You have a defined network, and you can manage a lot of stuff. Now, whenever you have attack today, right? The world has changed. Earlier, only 10% of your workforce used to connect from home. Today, you can only have 5 to 10%, of your workforce working from your offices. So it has, it's turned around. And how do you really mitigate those risks? It has its own challenges because you have to open up your networks to, I would say, I wouldn't call the word unsecure networks, but definitely people who have laptops, people whom you have allowed your desktop to be carried to their homes. How are they going to take care of it? You could have multiple partners, if you're co-sharing. Those risks are phenomenal. We have also seen that I would say the bad actors, or the threat agents have significantly increased. In fact, after COVID, the kind of attacks, towards the organization had significantly increased. So while we thought, even the bad guys would be impacted and they might take some rest, they might show that human face. That's not happening. So those things are critical. I'll give you one simple example. I'm sure many may be aware, and I'll tell you the impact of cyber resilience on your organizations. So Florida water system was recently hacked, and the hack was very simple. What they did is they increased the amount of sodium hydroxide, which is the normal is it should be 100 parts per million to 11,100 parts per million. Now, when you increase, those kind of concentration of, that chemical, it would have been fatal. Now, think about, that, as an industry that you're representing, and would you be able to, supply the water to, your citizens? Answer is no. So that is where, you have to have a plan that, are you going to cut off the supply? How are you going to bring back your business back in operations? We're seeing ransomware, we're seeing DDoS attacks, right? These are all reality of the day. So attacks are going to get more and more complicated. However, I do believe it's not very scary, because even today, we have to continue the journey of digital adoption. There is no doubts. Munish, I think somebody captured it very well. We have really moved very fast. So we need to slow down. Somewhere we need to reassess the risk. Somewhere we need to reprioritize so that, we are able to get our controls back in place. A lot of investments in last year were more in terms of we're facing a challenge. You said, people didn't have VPN, or we didn't factor so many people to connect from VPN, put the money out there. Things will change now. You'll have to adopt better technologies. Endpoints have to be, endpoint detection and response have to be enhanced. Your log correlation has to be enhanced. And more important is when you move to cloud, people have to realize one thing. When you manage security incidents in your data center, which is on-prem, and managing a security incident in cloud are two distinct and very different things. Because when you take a platform as a service or a software as a service, right, you are sharing some of your resources with multiple customers. So it's extremely important that you connect with your vendor, understand how incidents will be investigated, understand what would be the priority that you would be accorded, right? Understand how are they going to come out of an attack? If it's a DDoS on your ISP, right? You may have the best of the plan that you could have, right? But what would happen if, your ISP itself doesn't have a bandwidth to support you? So those things have to be factored. Those things have to be looked into it. The simple things is we don't have really to reinvent ourselves. The cyber hygiene, and I've always believed this, if you follow the cyber hygiene, you'd always do good. And what is cyber hygiene? It's simple. You need to have the right visibility, which means whatever are the right, you only protect what you know is something under your control. So everybody need to work to ensure that you know what is it that the organization owns, where your organization data resides. Today, anybody with $30 can open a AWS account, or even for free could open an AWS account and load all your data out there. And your security teams would not even know about it. So how do you control those things? I think that's going to be very important. Once you know that, you need to correlate data across various platforms. So you may have multiple cloud service providers, you may have your own servers. We need to improve on our correlation. There's also a triad challenge, because as we go into digital I would say initiatives, you would have tons of data coming to you. How are you going to manage? Because while you are exponentially increasing your digital footprint, we are not exponentially increasing the footprint in terms of security teams and all of them. So you have to focus on AI, you have to focus on automation. Even if you are not able to support that, you have to get smarter on how you're reviewing the logs, because you only have 24 hours, right? Come what may happen. right? You can't create a 25th hour, to look at all the logs. So you'll have to start looking at it. Why I'm saying this is because, we're seeing there's a dip in quality, in terms of how organizations are able to look at the logs, because it's voluminous data, right? Simple example is the Casper key said, that prior to 2020, they were seeing around 220 million attacks, network attacks, which has come up to 1.3 billion. Now consider this impact to your all your correlations, right? Because any given day somebody would be scanning you, your firewalls will be topping it, your IPs will be topping it, but those alerts will be generated. How are we going to look at it? How are we going to treat this? Are going to be very critical, right? So stick to cyber hygienes, patch your systems regularly, right? And again, Archie spoke about SolarWinds, so I know he can always argue that patching is always not the great option. Yeah, that thing can go wrong, but still, having said that, patching is definitely an advisable thing. We need to patch. That's our best defense, to protect ourselves. So that's really, how people can really continue with the digital journey. Last comment is digital journey. When you look at cloud and everything, there's no rocket science. The fundamentals do not change. So if you continue to, follow your cyber hygiene, know what you need to protect, patch them properly, right? Do a VAPT, identify what is wrong, what are the vulnerabilities, how can a bad actor compromise, and make sure that you fix them in a time-bound manner. You should be good.
Yep. So thanks, Kalpesh, for your views. And definitely, we all need to slow down from an adoption perspective and make sure that though the technology integration has happened, but it has to be aligned in the broader ecosystem and augmented with the process and hygiene. That's a very important, just to make sure that we are making most of the technology and not opening that unintentionally the doors for the hackers, right? So that's about it. And I think you have touched upon other things also, like the patch management and other aspect. Definitely for the audience, I will again like to highlight all these things will be part of your resilient journey. And as mentioned by Miter, understand, prepare, prevent, uh, continue, constrain, reconstitute, re-engineer, or re-architect. So when we are talking about the cyber resilience, the planning is going to come as a part of it. Your prevention methodologies will come into that, and then we have to have the ability to continue. Right? If something goes down, we must have the rollover backup plan. Other options should be there so that the business as usual won't get affected. And in the meantime, we get a time to contain and recover. So this has to be planned the right way, because again the cyber resilience is not the one I would say that just the initiative we can do it in a couple of months and we are done with it. No, it's a journey, and this is going to affect the way we operate our people skill level, and the whole behavior also, like how our crisis communication plan and everything is should be updated and how we operate. So it's a journey adoption and takes time, right? 2 year 3 years, a large initiative. So now I would like to call Abhijit Chatterjee, our one of the finance expert, and I think he was waiting. Sorry, Abhijit. So Abhijit, over to you, because we were talking about cyber resilience, what needs to be done, challenges, and I think you are going to touch upon the very important aspects. Once you have the planning done, you have a controls in place, how to ensure that we have the effective testing to gauge that whatever we have done, whether it's a sufficient for the organization or not. So over to you, Abhijit.
Good afternoon, everybody. Abhi Chatterjee here. While all of my colleagues out here and my peers have spoken all about cybersecurity and the best practices that we need to ensure from a business as an organization perspective, and I really learned a lot from all of you guys as well. While I come from a different approach, the moment you hear about telecom, the word telecom, the first word that comes to you is the scale, the large volume that comes into picture always. Now, when you talk about volume, scales, what do we do? Now, when we said cyber resilience and cyber security are two different pillars that we as an organization come see it differently. The reason why I'll come to you, why we say is that we all throughout the discussions we all mentioned we should have all kind of protection tools, softwares, endpoint security, everything. Now, these are all parts of strategy for cyber security. This is my personal view, is that these are parts that we do to ensure that our business is protected, our house is protected, we are protected, as our assets are protected. That's a part of our cyber security strategy. Now, what happens in a cyber resilience? Cyber resilience is something that we accept as a perennial fact that attacks are going to happen. Now, when we say attacks are going to happen, what happens when we actually get into an attack? It could be, let's take the simplest example of a ransomware attack. Now, we always speak about in all forums about ransomware attack, but in a ransomware attack, the primary guy who really goes and tries to fix a ransomware attack is a CDC, the cyber security expert. But if the ransomware attack has disabled your cyber defense cell, that is your CDC, you have no starting point. So what we do is we need to first start building a resilience with some framework in our hand. We start at the organization level in the 5 pillars that are the prime objectives that we go with. First, identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. These are the 5 pillars that we work as a strategy in the organization from a resilience perspective. While security takes care of identify and protect, the way we just mentioned some time ago, crown jewels, what we do, what are your critical assets, who are your critical users, a CFO, a MD, CEO, malicious phishing, everything that are your crown jewel digital applications. Now, what do we do when you talk about detect? Now, a detection is where you have detected a malicious attack has happened to your environment. Now, we need to really say isolate. That's the first thing we do. As a ransomware attack, the example I stated, you will first isolate. So that means you need to have a secondary CDC or a cyber defense cell or a SOC in other languages operational somewhere which is detached to your primary network, so that you get the third view and the angle to get into your network. But because the first thing that a ransomware will do is you're going to disconnect your hardware. You're going to unplug the hardware. There is no other option. The third thing is respond. Here is a very important case study that I just recently came upon. I don't want to name the CISO. That the CISO in the other foreign part of the country was arrested recently by the laws. Now, why? Because the CISO didn't try to hide a ransomware attack to the organization by paying off money to the attacker. The CISO, along with the board members, everybody tried to hide this under the wrap. But unfortunately, that news and the data came out in the dark web. And that's where the litigation happened on the CISO right after a year. Now, that means the data can surface in the dark web anytime, anywhere. You have no control over it. That means your response plan, your communication plan, your PR has to be very, very effective in these scenarios. Do not try to hide anything from the regulator is the first lesson that we have learned. Keep it transparent. Keep your customer in the loop. Build confidence that your data is safe. Your privacy is safe. Whatever it takes, build back the reputation always is my keyword here. That is the first thing. The response is done. Now you talk response is wherein now you start digitalizing the critical assets that you have identified. Those assets need to be rebuilt from grounds up. When you talk about grounds up, means your data in the RDBMS is safe, but your applications are destroyed now. You need to have a server setup. You need to have some setup somewhere. Start building a data. Start building the application layer on it. And that's. But in the meanwhile, your business will suffer. What do you do with that? So you need to have a contingency plan. How do you service the customer alternatively in an offline way as well? If your online channel is down, what do you do? There has to be a mechanism wherein a fail-proof alternatively, you tell him you are able to communicate, transact through an alternate channel with me. So it is not necessarily your channel of communication has to be a mail or a SMS or a WhatsApp notification or a app notification. You have to use channels whichever is possible to reach out. The fifth element that we all need to touch upon is something we say recover. Now, what has happened? Recover, when I say, is our strategies that we have deployed for cyber security has failed. That is the reason we got attacked. Somewhere there is a gap. So now we need to again rethink on the strategy to rebuild the cyber security again. That's where we start saying recovery. Now recovery means money. Automatically the word money. Just now in the earlier session, Manish said recovery means you recover money. So where do you get it? You transfer the risk. You have to have a cyber insurance in place. Money doesn't grow on trees. You need to have someone to pay you for it. That recovery is going to cost you a lot of money. There are customers, there are litigations, whatever it takes, but that paying has to be done. So instead, recovery is one. I would like to again highlight the points. Recovery starts with building cyber insurance, recovering from there, building digital assets, the crown jewels. Fourth, reputational risk. Get back on the sorry reputational risk and the whatever it takes to build the image back. That is the most important thing. And the strategies, your cyber security use cases, your SIEM has all the logs, but you cannot access those logs. Try to understand that, because if you, most of you guys, if you have not gone through a ransomware attack in a life, I have gone through that, so I can tell you your SIEM database is rendered useless because your data cannot be extracted. You will take about a year's time to just get back the data because the SIM events are huge. It will be humongous to read through that event. That's where I say you need to identify where the logs are, what are the events that you really need to capture and isolate, and the alerts have to be real-time monitored. The third element which I said was detection. That's where I stop my discussion. So cyber resilience is not just having a best of the tools, best of the people and processes. Ability to recover, respond, and detect is the also three elements of cyber resilience, which, in my opinion, is. That's all from me.
Yeah, Vijay, thanks for that. And I think you have nailed it. So definitely detection is a key part of it. And ability, it's not about the technology, ability to plan well, have a hygiene, right, in process, people, technology perspective, just to make sure that we have ability to recover and we have a plan well in advance. So now, considering paucity of the time, so I think we have to have a QA also. But before concluding and going for a Q&A, I think let's have a one-liner or one word from each of the panelists about building cyber resilience in the organization. Let's start with Faisal, you.
I think just two quick cents. One is setting right priorities, and also looking at maybe augmenting the workforce. I think that's more important. I think all of us have been talking about it. So yeah, I think that should be the.
Yeah, Vineet.
For me, I think it would be a definite framework. I think with the kind of data and the environment we are living in, I think we have to have a well-defined framework in place in order to handle some of these pieces.
Dilip.
Okay, I'll just repeat what I had earlier mentioned about just summarizing in that. Basically, put a strategy in place which works to constantly look at enabling business while keeping it cyber secure.
Perfect. Kalpesh.
Yeah, I think we've covered it all, but the way I would look at it is, Abhijit touched upon it, right? You need to have the right teams because the tools would only give you, as much of a outcome. So you need to have a better ready team. So train your people, and do have a playbook, because when incidents happen, you're really going to struggle. So have a playbook and train your people. That would be my one bit of advice.
Perfect. So Archie.
Defining the right strategy and going grounds up by design to detect more quickly with from a proactive intelligence aspect.
Anuj.
For me, it would be more towards understanding the actual risks. Where is the main pain point of the organization and what needs to be fixed, as well as to be recovered at a critical time. So identifying the actual risk.
Perfect. And I think I covered everyone. So last for me, right, we have to cover the whole 9 yards. There's no silver bullet or piecemeal approach. So let's plan for the journey well in advance. and plan for, at the strategic level, with tactical small initiatives, be it a detection or be it your cloud security, data security. So plan it that way. It has to be a part of your culture and the DNA of your security organization. So with this, I would like to thank all the panelists. Let's head over to Simran if we have any question answers.
Sure, sir. We do have some engaging questions from our audience.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the first question from Sanjeev Chatterjee, who asks, how do you ensure a robust cybersecurity system?
So, anyone, Kalpesh?
I think we are all trying to figure out what how to have a one system like that. Put it simple: if you have a system, it will be hacked, and it can be hacked, right? So robust cybersecurity or the best security is a myth. Continue to do the right things, right? If you have critical devices supporting critical processes, make sure that you understand the technology, you understand the exposures, and you fix them. Make sure you follow the safeguards, you restrict the access. I think again come back to the hygiene, right? And that's the best way to protect them.
Exactly. And just to add to it, there is a no system in the world which can't be hacked. The thing is that, as mentioned by Kalpesh, we have to have the hygiene. We need to know on that particular system, what kind of application is going to host, criticality, the kind of a data, and then we have to put controls or the deterrence around it. So the deterrence mean is that we have to have increased deterrence for the hacker to attack that system and fetch information from that. And as mentioned by Abhijit, to have a solid detection mechanism around it. That's the way of building a solid foundation for a very good system. Simran, over to you.
Next question from the audience is from Sunil Yadav, who asks, how do you protect the sensitive information handled and stored by the third-party vendors?
So I think third party vendors, Archie, would you like to add? And then I think I can.
From the third party perspective, it should be the right risk assessment from the contractual perspective, and then from the overall vulnerability assessment, and the entire risk assessment profiling should be well maintained. And it should, not only from a few of third party, it should be every aspect, even from a third party provider, which may be, let's say, from asset perspective, from particular tools perspective, or cloud services, every third party through a efficient, robust tool that should be there.
Exactly. And, thanks, Archie, for that. And to add to it, the thing is that, in fact, a very good question, because third party risk management itself is an area these days. So we need to make sure that for our vendors and something, we have a robust risk assessment mechanism in place. That is the first thing, where we have to ensure the audit on a routine basis. The second is that before getting into the new vendors, there are third party risk ratings are available. There are companies for that who provides that. Take into that into consideration. Another aspect is that make sure that you write your agreements in the right way, be it a legal hold, be it a e-discovery aspects, or be it escrow arrangement, or I think certain scenario we have to have the cyber insurance or some kind of a withholding with the vendors as well. So if something happens because of them, I think we should not be equally held liable. So these are the aspects by which we can minimize the risk emanating from the third parties. Simran, again over to you.
Another question from the audience is from Anshika Kawar, who asks, what is the best frequency to review and update disaster recovery plan?
So I think I would ask Abhijit sir to respond to it. I think because he has given a very good example, and we can have the first-hand experience from him.
Hi, Simran. So basically, when you talk about disaster recovery, when disaster strikes, the first thing you do is we go into a panic mode. So that's where you need to control. We do not become a paranoid and start searching what do we do next. First, assimilate the impact and then we take a decision at the board level. Do we require to initiate our BCP plan? That is the most important, because activating a BCP plan and a DR plan takes time, money, and effort. All of these things comes in, because restoring back from a BCP to your primary is also a critical element. So we need to first, if in case you need to fire up your DR plan, or DR activation has to be done, an informed decision with all the stakeholders have to be done at this juncture, and it takes the recovery time. When someone in this forum just mentioned the RTO and the RPO is where we touched upon, is also adhered to, because without those elements not in place, we will not be able to recover back in time. It any which ways, because your normal DRs situations are built to one half or one fourth of your scale. So you definitely know that you have to come back to your primary site in a defined timeline. That's what I would say. If do you, that's where you take an informed decision if a DR has to be really activated, or you can afford to take a 1 hour downtime or half an hour downtime, and service outage is really affordable at that juncture. This is where I would like to put my view, please.
Oh, thanks, Abhijit. I think it's a very good point. Because, for example, if there's a patient, he can wait for till tomorrow for the vaccination or any medicine, and we can go by car. But without assessing whether he can wait till tomorrow, and we start sending that via air, the cost will be multifold and the pain. So these are the things we have to judge. So fair enough.
Munish, if I may just add, I
Sure,
think it
please
comes
go
to a
ahead.
review. If I get the question, it was about review. I think at every standard says you have to review it at least once a year. However, you could do it earlier. So the best practices would recommend every time you test your plan or your strategy, review the plan to see what are the changes you need to incorporate. Every time, right, you face an incident. There are learnings from an incident. Revisit your DR strategy. And the last thing is, every time you introduce new technology, and that's where I believe you need to embed your resiliency and continuity with your organizations in terms of that technology vision, so that every time organization is embarking on a new initiative, right, you are able to understand the impact of it and accordingly revisit your DR plan so that you're able to meet your continuity or your RPO, RTO, other objectives as your organization is evolving. Otherwise, there will always be a gap, and you will wait for an incident to understand that, oh my God, we never need such things change in the ecosystem. So that would be a suggestion there.
Yeah, perfect, Kalpesh. Thanks for that. So, Simran, do we have further questions? Simran?
No, sir, we do not have any further questions. Though
Mhm.
before ending the panel, I would like to ask everyone to switch on their videos so that we can capture this happy moment.
So I think everybody was on the video now, right? So Simran, are we done with the happy moment?
Sure,
I
sir, we
heard
are done
Simran
with the
saying
same.
happy moment and we saw her switching off her videos.
Exactly. So perfect. And I think, Kalpesh, Dilip, Faisal, Abhi, Ashi, Vineet, it was a wonderful discussion and I really enjoyed and I think learned a lot personally from all of you. And yep, thanks everyone. And I think, Simran, we can conclude the session now.
Thanks everyone.
Sure,
Happy
sir.
learning. Cheers. God
Yeah.
bless.
Cheers, guys.
Stay safe. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you to all the leaders for adding value to our forum with your insightful discussion. Now, we have the third panel for the day, and the topic is propelling security in a dynamic threat landscape. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call the moderator, Mr. Parag Diodhar from VF Corporation, Keyur Desai from SR, Sheikh J. Ahmed from Renault Nissan, Jackson Fernandez from Adani Group, Anand Choksi from Mintra, and Ambarish Singh from Godrej and Boys. Now I hand over the stage to Mr. Parag Diodhar and request him to start the panel discussion. Over to you, Mr. Parag.
Yeah, hi Parag, I guess you are on mute.
Hello. Background. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good evening. This is Parag Devdar here, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you today evening to discuss on propelling security in a dynamic threat landscape. This is a very interesting topic, and we have got some great panelists, very senior professionals, experts, cyber experts on this panel. We should have one more panelist also joining us very soon. Sheikh should be joining us. But in the meanwhile, I think let's get started in the interest of time. To start with, can I just request the panelists to give a brief introduction about themselves and what are they doing currently? Can I start with you, Keyur?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Parag. First of all, a very good afternoon and a good evening to everyone. This is Keyur Desai. I work with SR. So I play dual roles in my organization. I work as the head info security for SR Group, and also work as a CIO for SR Ports and Shipping business.
Thanks, Keyur, and welcome. Ambarish, you want to go next?
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Ambarish, part of Godrej and Boys team. I've just 3 weeks back joined Godrej and Boys team. I just wanted to let everyone know that whatever I discuss here, it is by my own opinion rather than the company's opinion. Thank you.
Thanks. Anand? You're on mute.
I think I was on mute. Hey, hi Parag, how are you?
Yeah, doing well,
It's
thanks.
nice to be on this panel. So currently working with Vintra as the head of GRC and data protection. And I have about 14 years of experience into IT risk management and security. So happy to be part of this panel and looking forward to frank exchange of views.
That's great. Thanks, Anand. I think a couple of other panelists should join soon, but I think in interest of time, as I said, let's get started. If you're looking currently in the post-COVID scenario, the new normal, as we call it, we are seeing a dynamic threat landscape, right? The threats have been changing over the past year and a half. We are seeing increased phishing attacks. We are seeing different attacks which are sort of molded for the COVID with the COVID theme of mind, and the hackers have been taking advantage of this situation. Also, I think the companies, organizations, they have moved towards the work from home or work from anywhere situation. And that has kind of opened up the company perimeter completely. We have seen a large number of threats occurring from the endpoints, which are being used by the home users, people working from home, people working with BYOD, their own devices. And all the data is now out of the perimeter on the cloud. So the threat landscape has changed. We have seen a number of new domains being registered, which are used for phishing attacks. We are seeing a number of other attacks as well. So in this scenario, let me start with maybe Anand first. Anand, with this acceleration of digital transformation and moving to the cloud and work from home anywhere concept, there's been a sea change in the way we have envisaged and implemented security controls earlier, and the way now we need those security controls. So, what are your thoughts on how do we align our existing cybersecurity framework for this new normal?
Yeah, Parag, thanks for the question. So as you mentioned, I mean, with the move from a work from home scenario and to the cloud, there has been an exponential increase in the rate of digital transformation, and this has led to an increase of attacks at a high rate. So, I mean, in this scenario where IT typically extends remote working capacity to employees and even vendors in some cases, we've seen attacks rising, and we've seen companies also kind of implementing a lot of collaboration software like Zoom, Slack, Teams, for instance. And this has led to a rise in a number of threats. So if you look at some of the phishing attacks that have happened, which are typically COVID themed nowadays, and we also have several threats and attacks on collaboration software like Zoom, for instance. And we've also seen attacks on key suppliers like Network Wins, which is a networking kind of a solution. So it becomes imperative for security and risk management leaders like us to kind of safeguard the organization in such a scenario. So kind of keeping this in mind, I feel that the corporate IT security architecture needs to be reassessed. So the organization should kind of incorporate risk context-based security authentication mechanisms, including MFA for their remote employees and contractual employees as well. And further, I think there needs to be further emphasis on bring your own device policies and controls such as MDM for mobiles and tablets and etc. So when it comes to kind of the shift to a multi-cloud environment, I mean this has led to sharing of data on a large scale. So to protect the flow and the storage of information, there needs to be a comprehensive kind of insider threat program, which could include solutions such as your CASB to protect your data on the cloud and DLP to secure the endpoints, etc. And also, I think this COVID pandemic has introduced a number of risks to the supply chain as well, and especially the digital supply chain. So we need to kind of assess the COVID-related preparedness and the work from home security practices of third parties, especially if there are confidential PIs that we share with them. Also, I think organizations would want to kind of enhance their BCPDR plans to account for pandemic related scenarios, and also kind of explore insurance when it comes to cyber attacks incurred during pandemics. So that in a nutshell is what I feel I think needs to be done to kind of deal with the new normal, so to speak.
Thanks, Anand. I think, yeah, you've kind of put it in a nutshell. It's an entire 360-degree kind of a reassessment what we need to do of our existing, assets, data, as well as the threat and risk and the controls. So overall, and the risk mitigation measures as well, including insurance, as you mentioned. So definitely, Ambrish, would you like to add to this? From your viewpoint, from your experience, anything else which are some best practices which we can implement?
Sure. So what Anand says, I think those things are very much relevant. I just like to add up on in today's scenario, last 1.5 years, you see adoption of cloud, subscription to the SaaS-based applications. The importance of cloud has gone multifold up because you don't want to be dependent on the VPN. People need to connect to the VPN to update or upgrade something. First thing. Second thing, you want to apply a policy, maybe a DLP policy or cloud-based policy. If you have a cloud-based application, you can do on the fly because people are connected to internet. Third thing is that I'd like to touch upon the partners security ecosystem. Okay, you might have the logistic partner ecosystem, customer experience, how they are accessing your applications, what kind of data they are exposed to, and what are the security guardrails they have. Because in the pandemic, all moved to a work from home scenario. Somebody has moved their own assets, their chosen bunch of VDI solutions, and the organization need to look at what are those VDI solutions they operate for, and what are the malware related or data leakage prevention mechanism they put in place. People need to review this in holistically. The third thing is that we talk about last 1.5 years, we see the real implementation of zero trust mindset or architecture has just started. Correct? You bring any device, probably I'll use one of the VDI solution which provides the some kind of zero trust model where you trust that you may not trust that device. However, you trust that employee who is coming and what he is accessing, you control that. Yeah, that is what I can just add what Anand said.
Thanks, Ambarish. I think you mentioned some really important points there, and third-party risk definitely is something which has increased manifolds in the past few months. And again, as you said, employees accessing data from all the devices. And you brought up a very valid point about the zero trust architecture which we need to implement. So that was in fact my next question to Keyur about zero trust. So we have been hearing a lot about zero trust in the last few months, right? And what exactly is zero trust? Is it a framework? Is it a concept? Is it a tool? Is it a solution? And how do companies kind of implement zero trust? Okay, or if you can just shed some light on this.
Sure. Thanks, Parag. So as we all know, zero trust as a term, it was coined by a Forrester research analyst back in 2010. Again, later Google's Beyond Corp mission of zero trust implementation within their organization, and also Gartner listing zero trust network access as the core component of secure access sales service edge, that is the sales in 2019. So it has become one of the most important aspects of cybersecurity priority list for organizations now, if you see. And I strongly believe if the basics are set right, zero trust approach can be quite achievable in the desired duration. Just to answer back, or rather give it a one point. I would say sharing my learnings are it's a framework. It's nothing called a one-shot solution. It's more of a framework that needs to be stitched, that needs to be very well applied, and it also needs to be very well orchestrated by with the right policy framework. If I just elaborate a little further, so as a right approach, if you ask me, organizations should start right from the inventory of data assets. That includes application services and IT assets, maybe their inventory of their laptops, etc., their devices from where they connect. I should also identify who are the users who are going to access which applications with what ports and protocols. And the last but not the least, how are these users connecting? So either they are connecting from within the network, from outside the network, or rather they are connecting from a remote location with a different sort of connectivity, maybe a IPsec, or maybe for the remotest part, maybe on vSAT, etc. Identification of all this data will help to set the overall policy framework with, and that will also help to set the micro segmentation. I think that works best with the above data with the help of the OEM solutions. Here, when we're talking about the overall zero trust approach, it is two-phase, or I would say two different aspects. One is client to server, and second is server to server. So when a client approach, so when a user connects to an application or a server, so that has to be a complete. So that's a complete different aspect that we're talking. And second is when one server, so maybe an application server connect to a database server, for example. So that also needs to be very well contained as a part of the micro segmentation and the overall policy framework orchestration part. And just to go one step further, there are some technical pillars that plays very important role in this zero trust approach for any organization. That starts right from the basics, the network security that takes care of the micro segmentation, the device security, the people or the identity security that takes care of the overall. So that involves the identity and the access management, or at times maybe the privilege access management as well. The workload application security, the security visibility and analytics. So these also is also extremely important when you are now framing the policy. Now when you have the properly stitched data, and now you are ensuring that this stitched data is getting into a very well stitched framework. So the ample visibility, that's important. And last but not the least, the security automation and orchestration. So this will now set the, I would say, one of the one of the larger layer to what the hard work has been done so far. And I think that sets the tone as a very low hanging fruit, as rightly mentioned while just few minutes back, as majority of organizations are forced to go again on the work from home environment, and have been working on the work from home culture for almost more than a year now. So for that, maybe the remote access to the applications can be one of the low hanging fruit to start with. Parag.
Great, thanks, Gaur. It was very succinctly put. No, it's a framework. It's a combination of tools, technologies, processes, which need to create this whole secure environment, for the organization to access applications and secure the data, and at the same time identify which users are logging in and which users are accessing the data, and providing the right access to them as well. So that's very well put, Keo. Thanks for that. So as you mentioned, there's a lot of things which we need to do, a lot of controls which get involved in this. But for us as security professionals, there's a lot to do. But for the hackers, it's they just need one window to crack it and get into our network and hack us. So it's always, we know as security professional, it's not if but when. It's just a matter of time when it's going to happen, when a breach is going to happen, or when a hack will happen onto our controls. So there are new threats, zero-day attacks, which are also coming in every day. We need to patch them continuously. So there's a lot to be done. So when as security professionals, how much ever we do, we seem to be falling short of it, short of putting all the controls in place. And so there are two sort of thoughts coming around for how much we should focus on protecting our network or protecting against these threats or predicting threats, and on the other side on how to build resilience to sustain the business, to for incident response when the attack happens. Then what are we supposed to do, and how to be ready for an attack. So these are sort of two different thought processes which some of the security professionals have. So what are your thoughts around that? So maybe we'll go back to Anand on this. Anand, as a risk professional, what do you think? Is it do you want to look at risk mitigation initiatives, or do you want to look at the incident response part?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Parag. So, I mean, what I feel is that in today's scenario, I think a greater emphasis needs to be put on the detection controls. So you need to have a fully functional SOC with the right tools and technologies to, detect incidents and respond to them in a timely manner. So we need the right tools, the right people in form of incident handlers, etc., who would kind of detect those incidents for you, and then there would be a forensics team which would kind of isolate the systems and help in evidence gathering. So I think in today's scenario, what I feel is that you're going to get hit anyway. So it's better to kind of have a greater emphasis on detection controls, but at the same time, you need to have the right prevent controls as well, which are like more BAU in nature.
Right. So you're emphasizing on the detection and the incident response part. So let me see if Ambarish or Keyur has a different viewpoint on this. Ambarish, you want to go next?
Yeah. So I have always been advocating we did not to very much worried about the 0 days. Okay. If your basics are right, if you are your defense in depth security by design, you're following that concept. You are rightly investing in people, process, and technology. See, anyway, 0 days is unavoidable. You don't know, but something why don't you fix that first? Okay. So I'll take an example. Like suppose you go for your test, body test. Some parameter will go out, correct? But if you follow the healthy practices, correct, your parameters will be within limits. There's simple example. Coming to this resilience part, I think if you talk about frameworks, which gives very beautiful balance between how to build defensive depth. If one barrier is broken, you have another barrier. Like you talk about NIST cybersecurity framework. This talks about 5 pillars, correct? Identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. We need to invest in right balance in all the 5 pillars, because if you only invest in one pillar, if that is broken, you'll fall flat. Okay, so you need to identify what assets we have, what you want to protect. You want to, if something has gone wrong, you need to be able to detect the incident, something is going on wrong, correct? Then you need to be able to protect. If you're not able to protect, how to react, and thereafter how to respond to the security incident so that you are back to the BAU as quickly as possible, because your incident response and threat hunting and cyber defense piece is in place. So you know if things will go wrong, no matter how much you do investment. The important is that whether you have done investment in the right pockets, so that you gather the right signals from each and every pocket. We talk about endpoint, perimeter, cloud. You might have a bunch of SaaS applications, correct? Maybe VDI. If you miss something, probably something going on, you may not know. Okay. And thereafter, have you done the right amount of education awareness to the people, those who are responsible for the cybersecurity incident response? That is very important. What happens normally, what we do, something has gone wrong, you trigger that policy, people will start reading that policy because they've never seen that. They know that they are part of, but they never practice that. Okay, that's why we say if something has gone wrong anywhere in the country, deploy the armed forces. Why? Because armed forces are ready. They practice what they're supposed to do every day. They know each and every knows their roles and responsibility. That's why they're able to tackle any situation. Either here the simple, like we emphasize on BCP drills, DR drills, right? We need to have more emphasis on cyber security drills. Ransomware attack, malware attack. If it is any kind of attack, maybe DDoS attack, what we will do, who will do what, correct? Those things has to be fairly worked out. And I always advocate defense in depth, security by design, and security, comprehensive security awareness program to the employees, to the developers, and each and every person who is working, who is accessing your data. He knows what are do's and don'ts, basic security practices. You have a bunch of technology, but if people are not following those practices, that will fall flat. Yep.
Thanks, Ambarish. I think very good points, and you mentioned the NIST framework and all the 5 pillars, and investing equally on those 5 pillars, and that's what your viewpoint is. Keyur, if I can come to you, what are your views around this?
Sure. Thanks, Parag. In fact, I quite agree with Anand and Amrish both. Just to add on that, in fact, so when you talk about the risk mitigation and the incident response, both play a very vital role when you start. So for first, so if we take the risk mitigation part, while we talk about the typical defense in depth approach, we also should now focus on the typical signatureless solutions, which works more on the basics, more on the just to give an example where a solution works on the your memory allocation table. So any changes in the memory allocation table of your application, or your while executing your application, or while booting operating system. So that is one aspect which needs to be focused very much to kind of arrest, or rather address the 0 days to quite a certain amount of this one. Apart from that, when you talk about the incident response, I totally vouch for the SOAR framework, which is more on the security orchestration, automation, and the response part. In fact, that actually takes care of your threat and the vulnerability management, your security incident and the response, and the security operations automation parts, which are completely three different, I would say, strong pillars when it comes to your incident response. Because if you're focused when it comes to threat and the vulnerability management, when you have a focused solutions, when you have a focused team who completely focuses on the threat and the vulnerability landscape within the IT setup that you have, again the security incident response, which is again very much stitched back to the overall the threat and the vulnerability management landscape, and the security operation automation. So if you have a proper managed security team, or if you have a SOC, nothing like that. So that actually, so coming back to in a nutshell, both have their I would say equal weightage. and right focus and in the right direction based on the respective organization's landscape, I think that will help the individual teams.
Thanks, Keyur. I think no, that's a valid point because each organization is at a different stage of maturity on their security journey, and depending on where they have invested in the past and where they need to invest more, I think that's the balancing act which each organization needs to do to sort of manage both sides. Prevention is better than cure, as at the same time, because you're anyways going to be getting hit. Being ready for that attack at any given point in time. So that's the balancing act which, as security professionals, we need to always manage. Great, and the point which you mentioned, about automation, that brings out the question of how much automation is happening on the application side, on the network side, and how much automation is happening on the security side. Because there's so much automation happening on the business, security also has to follow on that, or actually be on the forefront on that, right? And if you look at all the new solutions which are coming in, all the new startups, they are bringing in tools and solutions which are based on ML, machine learning, artificial intelligence, automation, and so on. What are your thoughts around including automation in the security journey, as well as leveraging machine learning and artificial intelligence? Who would want to go? Amrish, you want to get started with this?
Sure. As you rightly brought out, automation, a lot of focus of the companies are those who are mainly focused on digital world. If we talk about new age companies, okay, their bread and butter is automation, agility, etc. Because they want to have optimal utilization of resources, do more with the less people, correct? And if you talk about automation is security, new age, all the products which even Nehru talked about SOAR, correct? It has been existing for quite some time. But if you talk about how many people are really leveraging it, the power of SOAR, that is very important. If you talk about anybody who is going to the SOC, he will say after 2 years, I'll talk about SOAR. Because he is right, because by the time we'll reach to the SOAR, these things will become old age, and thereafter new things will come up. Because the threat landscape is changing, your attack surface is very wide, correct? And today, if you see the bunch of attacks which has happened last year, correct, Sunburst and bunch of ransomware attacks. That's why you see today everyone is talking about EDR. EDR is also a perfect example of automation, correct? Endpoint detection and response. So there is rather than somebody taking action, the EDR is capable enough, if you put into right mode, is able to take that action. If you talk about security, so bunch of things people do. Okay, because you want to automate the very mundane task so that you focus more on the critical activities. Okay, take example of DLP. Okay, you put so much of effort to do DLP triaging. Okay, if you do so little bit of automation, put the RPA automation kind of thing, where your mandate DLP alerts get taken care automatically, you are focusing more on the major DLP incident. I just to give an example. So I think that is where people are reluctant to move in a lot of automation and security, because a lot of technologies, they don't talk to each other. People have got various bunch of make and model. That is where the newest technology are taking the advantage. They understood what is the problem of the security world, and they are trying to solve. And they are trying to solve in the right way so that they exist, because their existence is at stake. So that is what they are trying to fill that gap and leverage that industry to use that. That's why you talk about today EDR. Now today we were talking about EDR. Now XDR has come up, correct? So they are leveraging further automation. So in single dashboard you get a bunch of things, correct? So yeah, this is very important. And as you rightly said, Parag, new startups, they are breaking all the mindsets what people used to live, and they are here to continuously change that. And they are very agile, and their real world, they are using SecDevOps philosophy and agility, and that is why they are moving so fast.
Right. Thanks, Amrish. Maybe I can ask the same question to Anand as well, because Anand, you work for a relatively new age company, if I can say that. You must be using a lot of automation on your business side. How do you manage automation on the security side? And what are your thoughts about using AI ML on this? Anand, you seem to be on mute.
Sorry, I was talking on mute. So, I mean, we do use a lot of automation in our like data protection solutions, like our CASB solutions, our DLP solutions. So, some of these new age solutions, they kind of rely heavily on AI and machine learning. They typically analyze the high risk behavior. So, say if a person moved from A location to B location in a short amount of time, that would be flagged off as an alert. So, these tools are even smart enough to detect if like two people are using the same credential. So a lot of these data gets crunched and analyzed using AI and machine learning at these endpoints and solutions. So what happens is that once the machine learning has done its job, it's typically the role of the user to kind of analyze it further and then escalate it to the various departments for action. So what I would say is that while automation has its place, I think there is a lot of human intervention and analysis involved as well. So like the L1 can happen with the help of machine learning, automation, AI, while for the further analysis we need like trained incident handlers.
No, definitely. I think they can go up to a certain level, but finally, when it comes to the real incident response, taking the decisions, to a certain extent, automation can help, but you still need the human mind experience to decide what exactly needs to be done. Keyur, if I can come to you on this on automation, you've been talking about SOAR, etc. But there are other technologies available like deception technologies or AI-based models which are being used in SOAR as well. So how are you implementing this, and what are your thoughts around this?
Okay, I'll give a very basic I would say examples of what I'm sure a lot of organizations must have been doing over the past years. So let's say if you have this thread feeds that keep coming from the third party, and I would say those reliable sources. If these thread feeds can be properly configured to the various different I would say parts of the landscape, or I would say parts of the defense in depends in the depth areas. I think then a lot of automation happens without even the I would say the human intervention part. So that's one, and I'm sure a lot of organizations must have been doing. Second, if I give a very quick example which comes to my mind is a lot of OEMs, they have now come up with the term called as the typical connected security. So that also gives a lot of focus on the automation. So let's say any threat which is I would say detected by one of the security solution is then passed on to all the various different security solutions within that organizations. And if that's on the same OEM, nothing like that. I'm sure, and I have been kind of in discussion with various OEMs, but again, that seems to be challenges. If we have, so let's say if you have, if you don't have all eggs in the same basket, if you have different solutions from different OEMs, or I would say when it's different security OEMs, if it's possible to stitch, I think then also a lot of human intervention would rather go off. So that's one area where, and these are kind of, again, I would say quoting very, I would say generic examples when it comes to, because as part of our managed SOC, so I kind of spend a lot of time with our SOC team on how to ensure that we kind of fine tune the use cases, ensure that when we get the feeds, how do we build the right use cases, and what use cases were built earlier can we kind of fine tune further to take action. But yes, at those times, so at that time we need some human intervention, of course, Parag.
Thanks, Keyur. For that. I think a good example on the source side and the SOC side. So coming back to you, Ambarish. Ambarish, you mentioned briefly about the shift left part on DevSecOps, etc. Now, a lot of organizations are moving towards the agile software development model and SecOps model, and they are publishing applications on a regular basis, almost on a daily basis. New versions are being rolled out. Some organizations I know, are rolling out on an hourly basis also. It's more than one version every day. So in this context, we've been a lot of companies have been struggling in implementing DevSecOps, including security in the agile mindset, and getting developers to secure their applications by themselves. That's something which we've been talking for a long time. I'm not sure how many organizations have been really successful in doing that. What's your experience on this, on implementing a proper DevSecOps model, and some other techniques to secure the apps, maybe like bug bounty programs, etc.?
Sure. Thank you. It's a great question. And probably if we talk about somebody has achieved, this is always journey, because always the people are changing, processes are changing. And if we talk about, that's why people more talked about today CI/CD pipeline, because they are shipping those applications, they're making bunch of changes. You talk about e-com world, correct? So they want to bring those features, the time to go live, they want to reduce. Okay. So a bunch of things. So in this space, one is that AppSec plays very critical, application security. Now, what kind of team you have and what are the processes you have around it? How fast you can move along with what the business moves, and how tightly you integrated with your business processes where developers are developing bunch of things. Okay, like take example of, like suppose in-depth awareness and knowledge on security to the developers. What kind of program you have? The developer who understand the security world little bit, correct? He will really productionize your security in depth and security by design concept. Because while he developing a protocol application or he making a changes, he understand what is the security requirement. Whether he has to do now or somebody is going to do sometime later. And how tightly, even if that one is the piece, the awareness piece. Second piece is the how tightly your, once the code is done, coding is done, who is reviewing it? What is the process around it? What is the level of confidence and efficiency of the person, those who are reviewing those codes? Okay, and thereafter, how tightly integrated with the security world, application security team, and thereafter, what are the things they are checking? One is there is a minor change, one is a major change, what is a new application itself, correct? This is one piece. So how tightly integrated the security world with the entire CI/CD pipeline, and what are the different levels we have, and do we have the gate of change control? Okay, even if somebody want to bypass something, do we have built those gates so that nobody can bypass the security before going to the production? And second thing is, we talk about even if something has gone wrong, correct? It has gone to the production. What are the other mechanisms you have to detect those vulnerabilities? Okay, are you scanning your production workload on a regular basis? Do you have the well configured WAF? Do we have something called CAST engagement, continuous attack surface engagement? Correct. Do we have something called bug bounty program, where thousands of security researchers are trying to find out the vulnerabilities, and they will report to you, because you cannot find each and every vulnerability yourself because you are limited by your knowledge, experience, and team's experience, right? So you can take those actions, and how quickly you are able to fix those gaps, and because there are certain gaps require certain development work, correct? So how those things are tightly together, the people and the process and the technology, again it comes. How they are talking to each other tightly, and how often they are upgrading themselves, how frequently they are upgrading their knowledge, etc., will improve the overall DevSecOps environment, overall quality of the DevSecOps environment, what it produces. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Amrish. I think of course, there's a lot to be done, and you rightly pointed out. We can still put gates in, we can put in controls to ensure that the developers do their bit, and if they do not, then at least there are some detection controls later on. Anand, you're working on the e-commerce side, and you must be rolling out application changes quite regularly. So how do you manage this? How are you managing the DevSecOps bits, and do you do a bug bounty?
Right. So, I mean, we do have a bunch of controls. So as kind of Ambrish pointed out, we take a secure by design approach, where there is a SAS and a DAS test done on applications going live. And we have a bug bounty program as well, which is kind of complementary because there are other people who are trying to find bugs in your environment. And then we also have secure coding workshops, which happen, on a quarterly basis for our developers, so that they are trained on the typical application security threats, the web's top 10 threats, etc. And then the second thing I want to highlight is that, we use a lot of open source code as well. So that is when, the risk comes in. So open source code is typically not reviewed by somebody. It may be insecure. So there are a lot of threats associated with that. So the right way to kind of handle that would be to kind of use automated ways to kind of detect, pieces of open source code and kind of scan it for license issues, security issues, etc. So there are various elements and controls that we have in place to kind of manage this.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you brought out is about the open source threats, because a lot of developers, these days, use GitHub and other sources for open source code, and then that gets included in your overall code and it's probably lost in the code somewhere, and those threats don't probably get detected. And then there are the zero-day threats also on the infrastructure side or on the application or on the platform side, which also come into picture. So how do you manage these zero-day threats, which impact the application side?
So, I mean, we have threat advisories, we have threat feeds which we subscribe to. So they kind of provide an early warning when it comes to zero-day threats. And there are not too many ways you can deal with zero-day threats. I think it's just a matter of following the right controls and ensuring that you have the right security measures inbuilt, from an infrastructure and application perspective. So bug bounty programs help, then subscribing to the right security feeds and threat advisories help, and of course having a robust dynamic scanning and a static code analysis helps as well.
Right. Yeah, the threat intelligence definitely helps on this, and as you said, the bug bounties as well. Keyur, are you deploying the DevSecOps, or you've already done that?
Rather, I share the details of what we do within SR, but I can share about kind of two different approach that the organization generally take. Parag. So one is more of one is in fact I would say Ambrish has put up the overall DevSecOps into a very very structured format. But just to add, and what I see from how the organizations perceive is there are two ways. First is DevOps, and then security as a platform to kind of then go for the VA or the pen test, and then again go back to the basic, go back to the DevOps, fix the vulnerabilities and come back. Or rather, you put your security element into your DevOps, so that makes it a constant testing how as and when the coding happens, and that completely removes your separate security as a layer, which generally generally happens as a in a typical traditional way, I would say. So just to come back to you, Parag, DevSecOps is one of the is the, I would say, the need of the hour to ensure that we move out of that cumbersome additional layer of security that stays after the application is ready, and then the VA happens, etc. And again, the team goes back and settles the overall vulnerability part. But then apart from that, it also helps to ensure that the overall launch or I would say the release of the application dates are and timelines are also maintained, because at times it's about the time of the release, and at that time there are a lot the security teams comes up with a lot of vulnerabilities which are open, and again there's a big tussle between the management and the security team, saying that the business team wants to release the application, but there are a lot of open vulnerability aspects. So just to address that, I guess DevSecOps is the right way to move forward.
Thanks, Keyur. I think this is one of the areas where security can really become an enabler for business, because as you said, business wants to move forward fast in an agile manner. They want to roll out applications quickly, and if as security professionals, rather than coming at the end and doing the testing and then go back and fix the I think it's important to enable them to learn security and deploy security themselves. Right. So thanks, Keyur, for that insightful information. I think we have a little bit of time left for one last question, maybe, and that is again a very interesting question and very pertinent to the topic what we are having today, which is propelling security in a dynamic threat landscape. And one of the issues which we face, which makes the threat landscape very dynamic, is the third parties, which we deal with. And I think Ambrish also brought out that point sometime earlier. So I want to delve a little bit deeper onto that, because it's not just third parties. We have a contract with third parties, and those third parties in their backend, they may have contracts with fourth parties and fifth parties as well. So as security professionals, how much can we go and how much can we secure? Because the data which we are entrusting to our third parties, they may be entrusting to someone else, and the breaches we have seen happening, these happen from these third parties or fourth parties as well. So how as security professionals, how much can we do and what can we do to protect us as an organization and that data from these third party risks? And maybe Anand, you want to go on this, being a risk professional, you want to talk about the third party risk.
Yeah, thanks, Parag. So I think we need to take a risk-based approach when it comes to third parties. I mean, there will be several third parties, but only critical vendors which we interact with, we would be kind of sharing data with them, or they will be touching our infrastructure. So for those kind of vendors, we can consider doing a deep dive audit. And then there are other ways and methods. So we can kind of rely on third-party assurance reports like SOC 2s, which gives some kind of assurance over confidentiality, integrity, privacy, etc. Because in this day and age, I think just by looking at ISMS and ISO 27000 compliance will not give you that picture when it comes to security. So my way forward would be to kind of do a deep dive audit or a more in-depth audit when it comes to vendors where PI data is getting shared, where they're kind of touching our infrastructure, etc. And then probably follow a more light touch approach when it comes to other kind of vendors, where we can just evaluate, a set of controls and kind of come to a basic assurance about them. So it's all in all, I would say we should take a risk-based approach and kind of focus on those vendors where we see the maximum risk being there.
Agree, Anand. I think as security professionals, we are always short on resources, and we have to prioritize what we can do best. And so taking a risk-based approach, does sound good. Ambrish, you were talking about the third-party risk earlier, and it's not just the vendors who are on the service providers, but now we are seeing other risks like the SolarWinds attack, where the software which we're using, that itself is having these kind of risks, and their third parties as well are propelling these risks. So how are we expected to manage these risks?
Yeah, so coming back to this question, how will handle the solar wind kind of situation, right? So see, in solar wind case, those who are following the right practices, they got breached because they want to have n minus one, and they were breached because they were very fast. Those who are n plus 5, they got saved. Okay, so that is very tricky situation. Okay, and there is no straight answer to it. Only is that once you get a patch, you have to test it out, and nothing goes wrong. That's the basic principle. Test it out, then roll out. Okay, and thereafter, whenever you buy a solution, SaaS based or this kind of arrangement we have with partner, probably those partners like biggest partner Microsoft, Google, and all. Okay, and you bunch of cloud-based applications. You need to have right now. People are talking to them. Whenever you provide an update, have you checked this update before providing to me? Now organizations are talking to these OEMs in this language. Okay, because they know why they are talking, because that is the pain point. Okay, and they were also not knowing what is going on. Okay, that is the this. I'll add to what Anand was talking about, third-party risk assessment. Correct. One is the once you do a very thorough security assessment when you onboard a partner. Okay, what happens? This is the one piece. Second piece is that you have to make sure that how you are sharing your data. What is the right way of sharing the data? And are you sharing the right data? What is the minimum data you can engage with the partner? Validation of what you are sharing. If it is a API, have you done the somebody done the VAPT of the API? When the keys were exchanged, etc. The second piece. Third piece is, do you have right contract with the partner? Like right to audit and bunch of things. But tomorrow something goes wrong, is he authorized to tell you, report to you? And once we have tight integration, technical integration with the partner, do you have isolation with his network? That is very important. And fourth thing is that you should have a contract that return of data kind of thing. Like suppose you part away from that partner, how to ensure that he no more holds your data. That is very important. Because tomorrow you get disengaged from a single partner and go to another partner, he will have your data. Down the line 4 years, he will get breached, and your data will also be there. Okay, so probably you have to take holistic approach to the partners. And at times, what I've seen, organizations do not know how many partners they are sharing the data. They will do some assessment with some partners, and thereafter they'll forget about it. You need to decide based on the criticality of the partner how often you will do security assessment of that respective partner. There are certain partners. Those are, like, take example of certain partner like payroll processing partner. Correct. We like to do every year. Sorry. Correct. Maybe something else. So depending upon your bandwidth, you should prioritize those partners, put them into various bucket, decide the frequency, and then do it. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Amrish. I think that was very well put. All the steps, the right steps, what we need to do, right from assessing them to also looking at the contracts, etc. I think that's the entire journey which we need to take, to secure ourselves from the third parties. Keyur, any last words on this? I think we are almost running out of time, but maybe give some last words on the third party risks for your organization.
Sure. So just to add on what Anand and Amrish has actually put forward. So just to add, the end user awareness plays a very vital role. So while any data generally is shared by the business teams, maybe knowingly, unknowingly, with the partners, with the distributors, or maybe the different, I would say, the elements of the overall business scope. So in that case, so let's say if the end users are made aware as a part of maybe the ISO 20001 process, where the end user awareness plays very vital. Apart from that, if you have the right, the typical rights management in place, and proper training imparted to the end users, I think that becomes very key. Apart from what has been already said, I think that is what I would.
Thanks. You're very, very valid points. I think very valid points. Digital rights management. That definitely helps. And so I think it was a great session, great conversation. I think very, very valid points put forward by all the panelists here. It was a great learning experience for me as well. And I hope the audience has enjoyed this. If the audience has any questions, maybe we can take a few questions if you have the time. Simran, can I check with you on this?
Sure, sir. We do have questions, some engaging questions from our audience. And here comes the first question from Vivan Arora, who asks, how do you adequately address the internal and external risk?
Right. So I think we spoke about internal threats, and Keir spoke about awareness for the users as well. Who would like to talk more about this?
Yeah,
Keir,
so you know, to have a right
Amrish,
strategy.
go ahead, Amrish.
Right strategy, how well you are doing what are your internal threats and what is the external threats? One is the internal threats are how do you identify those threats? Okay, do we have risk assessment process? Do we have a risk register? How often do we do that? And who is accountable for those risks? Correct? The internal risk will identify this. And external, what are the mechanism you have to people to report to you the external threats you have? As I talked about, bug bounty, the continuous attack surface assessment. You have external VAPT and bunch of other things. Correct? So do we have right channel from here? Like suppose some customer finds some bug. Does he know how to report this to you? Correct? So the channels need to be very well populated and well placed in our website wherever you want to do, and publish your whatever the policy you have. I mean, if you have bug bounty, what Anand was saying, publish that bug bounty program so that people know there is a motivation towards doing this. As you are doing good for yourself because you might get a bug bounty, you are doing good for that organization.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Amrish. Yeah, Keir, you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to add, so while all such queries with respect to the internal and the external risk factors, that is where the overall zero trust as a framework comes into picture, where it says don't zero trust for any network. So whether you access any application from outside, from within the network, so you can't trust any of the network. So the overall concept of zero trust also works on these basic fundamentals of where gone are those days where the internal and the external network used to be as a part of the overall design setup. Now the organizations are forced, or rather needs to move towards a framework where there are no internal and the external networks. So that is where the zero trust also comes into picture.
Right. The boundaries between internal and external are sort of disappearing. So yeah, great. Simran, any other question?
Yes, we do have another question from the audience from Suman Tyagi, who asks, what is the biggest cyber security threat right now?
Good question. Very interesting question. I think we can do another hour of answering on this this point. But maybe 1 point from each of the panelists. What is your biggest cyber threat right now?
I would say it's the human factor. So that's the biggest threat within the organization.
Amrish?
Lack of right cybersecurity skills.
Lack of skills is definitely a challenge for all the security professionals right now. And
yeah, as you rightly said, we keep talking about weakest link in your org is the biggest threat.
Right.
So,
so just to add to what Amrish said, I think, yeah, people are the weakest link. And, when it comes to threats, I think a lot of these phishing attacks that keep on happening and ransomware, I think those two would be the biggest threats, I would see, from the external landscape. Yeah.
Right. So external and internal human factor, lack of skills, and external phishing attacks and ransomware. These seem to be the top threats right now. Thanks. Simran, any other question?
Sure, sir. We do have another question from the audience. The question is from Naman Bansal. He asks, what are your challenges while implementing the cyber security roadmap?
Wow. Again, I think a very, very interesting question, and we can talk a lot about that. That's the whole life of the CISO. As a CISO, that's what we do on a day-to-day basis. I think getting let me start. With getting the right buy-in from the board, right support from the board. That's very important. Unless you have that support from your top management, it's very difficult to implement the right cybersecurity. Even if you have the right strategy, unless you have the support, it's going to be very difficult to implement it. I'll ask the panelists to add on to that. Anand, you want to?
Yeah.
Over. Go ahead, Anand.
Yeah, so just to add to what you said, I think having, when it comes to building and kind of moving to the next stage, as far as the roadmap is concerned, I think we need to have a kind of cost based and a risk based trade off. So we need to identify which are the biggest threats and which are the solutions that can help us mitigate that. So it's always a kind of a scenario where we look to kind of eliminate the low hanging fruit and the biggest threats first, and then kind of move on to the good to haves. So I think cost does play a role, and I think there needs to be a risk-based approach to this, achieving the roadmap as well.
Definitely. Ambarish?
Yeah, so if it is a one-liner, I'll tell most of the people, we need to know very clearly where are we, where we want to go, and how we'll go there. And as you rightly said, Parag, once we know that what is the path and how we'll go there, that the budget comes. And that is where the top management support comes. And that is the biggest challenge. Okay, because they may not understand the cybersecurity risk, because they only understand the language of numbers. Okay, so make the top management understand those risks is the biggest challenge.
Definitely, I agree. Keyur, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, so just to add, if you have a complex IT setup or your IT environment, then just to add to more complexity, if you have some of the legacy applications within your setup, and then even at times the best of the security solutions may also not kind of fit in your IT setup. So apart from what has been said, I guess the complexity of the setup also at times makes it quite a bit challenging into your cybersecurity roadmap.
Definitely, great answer. Thanks, Keyur. Yes, Simran. Do we have any more questions?
No more questions.
Good evening.
No more questions from the audience. Thank you
Thanks,
to
Simran.
all the esteemed.
Yeah, go ahead,
Thank
Simran.
you to all the esteemed leaders for making this discussion rich with your thoughts. Thank you all.
Thank you, Simran, and thanks for inviting us and having us here. And thanks for being a great audience. So,
thanks a lot.
Thanks, everyone.
All of you.
Thank you so much, and thanks, Parag, for moderating in a fantastic way. And it was a great learning for me as well. Thank you all.
So,
thanks, everyone.
Stay safe and stay healthy.
Yeah, stay safe all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, we will see a brief video from our silver sponsor, CompTIA. Now, the most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end. A precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are India's most prestigious awards in technology, cybersecurity, logistics, supply chain, marketing, procurement, and finance, organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Now, I would like to hand over the forum to our CEO, Mr. Sandeep Anand, who's going to declare the voting results for top cyber-secured companies of India. Over to you, Sandeep.
Can I see the next slide, please? Hello? Yeah. Sorry, I got muted, I think. So these are the characteristics on which we took from the CISOs. Hundreds of CISOs told us these characteristics, and thousands of cybersecurity professionals voted on that. And so these are the characteristics: risk management, data protection, encryption, security audit, cyber defense strategy, cyber attack management, network security, cloud security, and risk. May I see the next slide, please? So these are the top cybersecurity companies, rather the top companies who are the cybersecure companies. Thousands of professionals, cybersecurity professionals rather, and IT professionals have voted. HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, Kotak Bank, SBI, Mastercard, Vodafone India, Sun Pharma, Aditya Birla Capital, Wipro, Tata AI, Life Insurance, LTI, Manapuram Finance, Bajaj Allianz, Max, and there are so many more companies who couldn't come to this list because the professionals have not chosen them to be a top cybersecure companies of India. So congratulations to some of the leaders who are present here. A big congratulations. And this is the award on which the CISOs rated the top characteristics, and the thousands of professionals voted for you. A big congratulations to the leaders who have been rated by the professionals. It is the India's top People Choice Award in cybersecurity. We will say that. Congratulations. Over to you, Simran.
Thank you, Sandeep, for your valuable insights. Now, let's start the celebration with the first award for the day. The first award is for Cybersecurity Executive of the Year, Financial Services 2021. That goes to Vineet Sinha from Mastercard. I request Mr. Vineet Sinha from Mastercard to come and receive the award and speak a few words on this achievement.
Well, thank you so much, team, for giving me this award. I think the award is basically the reflection of the hard work the team has put in. It's not only me, I think it's the collaboration and the support that I have got from my family members, including the team which has worked on the ground in terms of enabling some of these features and ensuring that the organization is cyber secure. Thank you.
Congratulations, Vineet, for a double one. India's top cyber secure company, top 15, and this one. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. Thank you.
Congratulations, Vineet.
Thank you, Simran.
Next award is for Cybersecurity 40 under 40 Financial Services 2021. That goes to Anupam Misra from SBI Card. Here I call Mr. Anupam to receive the award and speak a few words for this achievement.
Thank you, Simran. So I would like to say thanks to the team provide us great opportunity. Whether we have interacted a lot of leaders, they are having different views. So like we got to know, there are a lot of dimensions for cybersecurity, lot of social engineering happening, phishing and a lot of attacks. So how we can deal with it? So we got a great idea throughout this session. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Anupam, for being rated as cybersecurity 40 under 40, by the top CISOs of the India. It is not easy to get this award, and it is one of the biggest cybersecurity award for people under 40, or leaders under 40, I will say. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Before you switch off your video, I would like you to give a wide smile so that we can capture this moment.
Bigger smile, Anupam. It's a big award.
Thank you.
All right. So the next award is for Cybersecurity Project of the Year, Payments Bank 2021. That goes to Paytm Payments Bank. I request Mr. Rajesh Hemrajani to receive the award and speak a few words on this achievement.
Rajesh, you are mute.
Sorry, guys. Yeah. So thanks a lot, the Simran. Thanks a lot, Sandeep and Alden, and all the CISOs who has voted for us.
Rajesh,
It
you
is
can
a
switch off your
great responsibility for us.
Rajesh, please
And
switch off
I
your
really
video. Your voice
appreciate
is
all
not
the
clear.
votes which we got it.
Rajesh, please switch off your video. Your voice is not clear. When we take the picture, we'll ask you to open it. Yeah, please go ahead.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's better.
Is it better now? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, hi. So I'll just repeat again. So thanks a lot, Alden, and Sandeep and Simran and all the CISOs who has voted for us. It gives us immense responsibility, and we will ensure that we will continue doing a lot of innovation in the cyber security. So this project was one of the innovations based on the AI and ML to catch the frauds, which basically helped us reduce the overall fraud rate through the Paytm. So I would like to thank everybody who has actually voted for us. Thanks a lot.
I would like to ask Rajesh to just switch on your video and give your bright smile so that we can capture the moment. All right. Thank you, Rajesh. Congratulations for this big achievement.
Thank you.
Next award is for Technology Leader of the Year, NBFC 2021. That goes to Kalai Selvan Varadraj from Manappuram Finance Limited. I request Kalai Selvan to receive the award and share his few words.
Yeah, thank you, Simran, for that kind introduction and for your voice. So, good evening, everyone. I appreciate that warm welcome, and it is a tremendous honor to here with you this evening to accept the Technology Leader of the Year award and also the top 15 secure companies award for the Manappuram Finance Limited. I stand here humble and gratified to accept this award on behalf of the information technology team of our Manappuram Finance Limited and our leadership team and the board of directors, including our Honorable MD and CEO, Mr. VP Nandakumar. And this honor is ultimately a tribute to their intentiveness, teamwork, commitment to excellence. And as a company, we all recognize that our success today can be traced to the legacy of our outstanding leaders and innovators over the past 7 decades. And so this award is also a magnificent testament to those who have gone before us and those who are contributing now in our system. I'm deeply thankful for all they do and what it means to the company's growth through satisfaction to the business teams and most valuable customers. As I accept this award, I would like to congratulate all the other leaders who have won different awards and the companies who become in the top 15 cybersecure companies list. I also want to thank the Alden Global Value Advisors team who organized this 34th Inflection Cybersecurity Innovation Web Conference and award ceremonies. And I thank all of you for support and congratulations on your ongoing efforts to lead this gratitude, integrity in business and on all what you do. And have a great evening to all. And once again, I would like to thank my special thanks to Simran, Namrata and Sandeep. Thank you all.
Congratulations, Kalai.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Before you switch off your video, I would like you to kindly give a wide smile so that we can capture this moment.
Sure, please.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next award is for CISO of the Year Asset Management Startup 2021. That goes to Navinithan M from Grow. I would like to call Navinithan to receive the award and share his few words on this achievement. Navinithan?
Next award, please.
All right. Next award is for CISO of the Year General Insurance 2021, which goes to Rupesh Pawar from Universal Sompo General Insurance. I request Mr. Rupesh to come and receive the award and share your thoughts on this achievement. So you're not audible.
Thank you very much. And an entire. Actually, today I'm very glad because my first cybersecurity. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Can you hear
now.
me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, I'm audible. Yeah. Thanks to the entire team, Simran, Namrata.
Sir, you are on mute. We cannot hear you.
Dipesh, you're on mute, yeah.
Yeah. Now it's okay?
Yeah, loud and
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah. Thank you very much for arranging this award and inviting me for the panel. And this award now goes to it's on my name, but it's not only my award. It's my entire team award working with Universal Sampo. And today, actually, I'm very pleased and glad to have a co-panelist with my first cybersecurity guru, Rajesh sir. Actually, he gave me a first breakthrough in 2007. To move under his guidance, I have learned a lot. And then actually, I just started my journey in information security. So I just wanted to congratulate Rajesh sir for giving me all my guidance, and he's still giving me. And I always check with him in between. Thank you, Rajesh sir.
Congratulations, Rupesh. Before you switch off your video, I would like you to give a bright smile so that we can capture the moment. All right. Thank you, Rupesh.
Congratulations, Rupesh.
Congratulations. Let's move forward to the next award, which is for Cybersecurity Professional of the Year, Credit Insurance 2021, which goes to Shashank Bajpai from ECGC. I request Mr. Shashank Bajpai to come and receive the award and share your thoughts on this achievement.
Thank you, then group, and thank you, Simran. Thank you, entire group, for awarding me with this award. And it has been, wonderful.
Shashank, we can't see your
day today
video.
having, uh,
You're on mute. We cannot hear you, Shashank.
am I visible now?
You are not visible, Shashank. Uh,
Wait,
yeah, we can see your video. I think Shashank is having trouble with this. Can we go to the next one? We'll come back.
Sure, sir. Next award is for PIO of the Year, Ports and Shipping 2021, which goes to Keyur Desai from SR Group. I request Keyur Desai to come and receive the award and share your valuable thoughts for this achievement.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Thanks to Alden Global and for this initiative of the 34th Inflection Conference and Award. Thanks to Simran, Namrata, and Sandeep for this initiative and for all the efforts. I humbly accept this award on behalf of SR and on behalf of my team and my management. Thank you.
Congratulations, Keyur.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Keyur.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Keyur. Before you switch off your video, I would like you to give a wide smile so that we can capture this moment. All right. Thank you.
you.
Next award is for SOC Team of the Year Telecom 2021, which goes to Vodafone India Limited. I request Mr. Abhijit Chatterjee to come and receive the award and share your valuable thoughts on this achievement.
Good evening, and thank you, Inflection Tea Awards and Alden, for the global ceremony here. And I would like to thank the esteemed panel of jury and panelists here who have nominated Vodafone as the SOC Team of the Year. I really appreciate their time and effort they have taken to evaluate our way of kind of telecom technologies that we have deployed here. Thank you. It's all the support that the management has given and extreme support of all our family members associated with each and everything. This is a SOC team award, so this award is for everybody in the entire team. Thank you all.
Congratulations, Abhijit. Great show.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Abhijit.
Thank you, Simran, Namrata, and Sandeep, and Kamti also.
Congratulations, sir. Before you switch off your video, I would like you to give a wide smile. All right, thank you. Next award is for Young Cybersecurity Professional of the Year, Telecom 2021, which goes to Rohan Gaikwad from Architect Solutions.
Good evening, guys. I hope I'm clear.
Yes, sir, you're loud and clear.
Yeah, so thanks a lot. It's a great honor for me to be a part of this award ceremony and receiving the Cybersecurity Professional of the Year 2021. And simultaneously, I feel proud because as a cybersecurity expert, definitely, we are the COVID warrior. Okay, so as a cybersecurity expert, we make sure that our colleague who works from home, so the system, their access, their IDs, their data center, we make sure everything is secure and safe. Okay, so it's a great pleasure and proud to be a part of this cybersecurity domain. Thanks a lot to my family, friends, okay, my colleagues, my mentor, and of course my organization, our Contact Solution. And thanks a lot, Namrata, Sandeep, and Simran for arranging such a great event. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, Rohan.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Rohan. Let's capture this happy moment. I request you to switch on your video and let us capture this moment.
Actually, my video is on.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next award is for Tech 40 Under 40 ITNS 2021, which goes to Dharmendra Verma from Samsung Data Systems. Here I call Dharmendra Verma to come and receive the award and share your thoughts on this achievement.
Hey, thank you so much. Thanks to all the team members, Elden Group, all the partners, and yes, jury members who selected me for this award. And I believe this is really a tough time for all of us. And fortunately, we are getting lots of opportunities also to make lots of digitization in globe, and people have a good opportunities, and definitely this is a critical time. So I hope we will come out soon from all these pandemic, and this definitely I got a good support from all my mentors in my entire career, and team members, and definitely the family members is always here behind me. So thanks to everyone. And thanks once again to the team members who all are organizing this wonderful platform. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dharmendra. Let's capture this moment. I request you to give your bright smile.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dharmendra.
Thanks,
Great show.
Sandeep.
40 under 40 is a big award, and being chosen by the top CISOs is, a very big achievement.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandeep. Thanks, Namrata.
Congratulations, Dharmendra.
Thanks a lot.
Next award is for COVID-19 Hero of the Year, ITNS Distribution 2021, which goes to Ingram Micro India. I request Dhritiman Chakrabarti of Ingram Micro India to come up and receive the award and share your valuable thoughts on this achievement.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think this is a great honor to be here, and thanks to Alden Global for giving Ingram Micro an opportunity to be a part of this. I was going through all the awardee details. It is really fantastic to be a part of this. We take a lot of pride in, as an organization, the things that we are doing for COVID-19, because we being in IT distribution industry, we play a very important role in running the machineries currently. All the industries, the government machinery, the banking system, the defense system, everywhere you need IT. And all of us, we are working from home. So without IT support, we cannot do that. So Ingram Micro ensures that all your IT equipment requirement are sent to your place on time. So we work with a lot of partners across the country. So in the COVID situation, we have taken a lot of safety guidelines for our employees, a lot of initiatives so as to ensure that physical touch points are taken away from the system and we work online. And there's been a lot of projects that we were working with government machineries, banking institutes, wherein large consignments of IT equipments were supposed to be delivered on time. So we take pride in the role that Ingram Micro has played in the current COVID-19 situation, and we continue to play that. Thanks a lot, Alden Global, for recognizing our efforts. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dhritiman. Great show.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Dhritiman. I request you to give your bright smile so that we can capture this moment.
Sure.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the final award for the day is for Best Web Project Development Project CRM 2021, which goes to Nexus Technoware Solutions. I request Sagar Mohanty to come up and receive the award and share your thoughts on this achievement.
Good evening, all of you. Thanks, Simran. Thanks, Sandeep. Thanks, Namrata. Thanks to entire Alden Global and NASCOM and the jury members for recognizing the efforts of NTSPL. The entire NTSPL team is feeling proud today to get this, prestigious award, Inflection 2021, or the award category Best Web Development Project, or the CRM we have developed for our client, the Starlight Copper Limited and Vedanta Group of Company. We are into this IT industry since more than 13 years, and we are providing the high-end technology solutions and services to our clients across the globe. We are running through a very tough time. Within this COVID-19 pandemic, our developers are working day and night to provide the best solutions for our clients, and we have successfully delivered many projects within this year, and some of the projects already launched by the Honorable CM of Odisha, and we got several awards in this year. This kind of recognition definitely help every organizations to promote their business, and congratulations to all the leaders who have got the award for their leading approach. Thank you, all of you.
Congratulations, Sagar.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Great show.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sagar. I would like to request you to switch on your video and give your bright smile so that we can capture the moment. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one award
Now-
left.
Now let's get back to the award Cybersecurity Professional of the Year, Credit Insurance 2021, which goes to Shashank Bajpai from ECGC. I request Mr. Shashank to come and receive the award and share your valuable thoughts for this achievement.
Shashank, please open your video. Can we request Shashank to open his video?
So he is traveling. He may not be able to join in now.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
One award is also remaining. That is of Mr. Navneethan. Simran, can you please announce?
Sure. Next award is for CISO of the Year, Asset Management Startup 2021, that goes to Navneethan M from Grow. I would like to call Navneethan to come and receive the award and share his views on this great achievement.
Hi, Tim. Thank you so much for the honor. So, it's my privileges to have, this wonderful stages as well as along with my peers. Happy to have you in terms of on behalf of my team as well as my organization. It's like they are putting their best effort to make it up. Things are positive side to protect customers' data, to add value for the organization as well as for the country. Let's keep continuing the work to add value for the country, to make it positive on the directions. Again, thank you so much for the wonderful arrangements from morning to evening, where we have a wonderful insights across multiple topic, multiple areas with the great stakeholders, great leaders. Keep rocking and wish you all the best for your team out too. Thank you so much.
Great show, Navneethan. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Navneethan. I request you to give your bright smile so that we can capture the moment.
I think this is a big award, Navneethan. A bigger smile is required. This is the one.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, buddy.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to all the leaders and delegates for sharing your contribution and making this rich discussion. I would also like to thank all the 150 plus top leaders and 350 plus attendees for watching this live on our website. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. See you in our next Cloud and Data Center Conference, which is to be held on 26th May 2021. Thank you to all the leaders and attendees for your valuable time during the day. Thank you all. Have a great evening and be safe.
Thank you.